for these various state-owned enterprises, indicating which people thought were vital, which were important, which we could do without. This is the sort of active citizenship you're talking about going forward, where you, Barbadians, play a role in certain decisions that are being made regarding your future. We speak also of the importance at the end of the day, with this development and transformation, that Barbadians have a share in it, hence the Barbadian ownership. And of course, in these days, we speak of the importance, recognizing our courage of young people, especially those who are back in university and those who have exposed in terms of the various facilities at BCC and the Jackman Polytechnic, that there's need for more innovation and creativity to take Barbadians forward. Other aspects of the manifesto will be dealt with speakers later this evening. But I also want to tell you that it's almost like two for the price of one. Because you get your manifesto, owning our future, and then we flip it. And then we get caring and delivering. Promises kept. The promises that we made to you in 2018 and how we have kept them. And it speaks, of course, of those critical mission, critical issues that we spoke about back then. Hence the importance. Are you satisfied? Can you say that you were satisfied with the performance of the Barbados Labour Party government over the past 3.5 years? So let us be clear. Let us be clear. We understand, all of you understand the importance of having the Barbados Labour Party return to government to continue this important work. Do you understand? So you must understand the importance of voting for the Barbados Labour Party on Wednesday, the 19th of this month. One votes for a government. When you make a decision on voting, you vote for a government that will lead to an improvement in your life, the life of your families, and indeed in terms of the country as a whole. You vote for a government that will improve your lot and that of the country. You don't vote for an opposition. So when you hear nightly about people speaking about voting for an opposition, one does not vote for an opposition. You vote for a government that takes you and your country and your family forward. Perchance you were to vote, persons were to say in Barbados, we are very sympathetic and we always believe in giving somebody a chance and could they. And we voted in the majority, God forbid, in every constituency on the 19th to give an opposition. You know you could have a change in government. Do you understand the spectacle that could occur if you listen to them telling you about voting for an opposition and being told to shut up? The spectacle where there's no decisive person who is the leader, who will take over. Can you take that chance? Can any of you take the chance this evening and saying that you will discard a government that has been performing, that has been transforming Barbados, and that you will just go and vote for an opposition? And I'm saying absolutely no. Hence, the first speaker I'm going to introduce to you will tell you, based on what we have done in terms of the state of the roads in this country, in terms of water resources, why you need to vote for the Barbados Labour Party again in your numbers, and he will speak also to the matter of the things that we will do going forward. I welcome Mr. Ian Gooding-Edghill, who will be returned on the 19th of January as a representative of St. Michael West Central. Come on, Ian.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next representative for St. Michael West Central, Ian Gooding-Edghill. A man of the people, a man you can trust, in good times or trouble, Ian is there for us. A young man with vision, confidence and zest, the man for the mission, West Central he is the best. Yes. Ready to vote like mad, yes. Run them out how we are, yes. Ready to vote like mad, yes. Run them out how we are, yes. Ready to vote.
Good evening, Barbados Labour Party family. Good evening. Good evening to all those who are listening at home, whether in Barbados or abroad. Good evening to you. It is a wonderful thing to be on the campaign trail again. And it's even better when you're in a campaign train for a common purpose and a common good, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all thank the constituents of St. Michael West Central they're here with me tonight for continuing the journey with me and for ensuring that the one person who they know will continue to represent their interest based on performance is Ian Gooding-Edghill. Tonight, as the chairman indicated, we have launched our manifesto. We had a media briefing, and we also indicated to the country in that document what we intend to do. So first of all, I am here tonight to talk to you about infrastructure. What has been done, because we have to remind Barbadians of what has been done and what is to come on January 19th when you return the Barbados Labour Party to office. An infrastructure program, ladies and gentlemen, that will build out new opportunities, that will have a major impact on national development and the lives of people, especially ordinary people. An infrastructure program that will bring jobs and economic activity. Do you recall when the late, great Tom Adams did the ABC Highway? As a result of the expansion of the ABC Highway, opportunities and economic and otherwise occurred on that stretch. But we also have to talk to you about the development of our road infrastructure, which is going to be a key driver of development going forward. Roads, like other infrastructure, were neglected under the Democratic Labour Party government. You remember when they said that roads were a temporary inconvenience? You recall all those things that they said because they couldn't fix the roads. But I say to you that this country has almost 1,940 kilometers of roadways in Barbados. And because of the neglect of the Democratic Labour Party, we have to repair, reconstruct, mill and pave most of them. And you have seen what this Barbados Labour Party has done. We recognize that we can't fix all of them at once. But we have a planned roadworks program to fix most of them as soon as possible. And I can talk about some of that tonight. And I can also tell you that the Barbados Labour Party over the last 3 years, and in particular less than 12 months when I was the minister responsible for transport, that we completed more than 60 roads in less than 12 months. And the evidence is there. The job of the Barbados Labour Party in the next term, as outlined in our manifesto, is to continue to fix the infrastructure deficit left behind by the Democratic Labour Party. Fortunately, we came to office in 2018, and we can show the world what a proud Barbados Labour Party administration has done in respect of fixing the infrastructure deficit left behind. The manifesto, as you know, sets out the broad framework and the plans to restore our infrastructure. And when we come to roads, what have we done? What have we done? Your Barbados Labour Party government repaired the road infrastructure in Barbados. We took the bold initiative to reconstruct 6.5 kilometers of Highway 1 as part of the Phase 1 project with Phase 2 to come. The highway was a state of disrepair for years. It is with perhaps the single largest, most expensive, most complex and challenging project that I had as a Minister of Transport, Works and Water Resources to undertake. But we did it for the people of Barbados in the good name of the Barbados Labour Party. And when you drive that highway, you can see the benefits of it. It, in effect, ladies and gentlemen, represents the most logical reconstruction of a highway in recent memory. The highway now boasts of 2 water mains on either side, provision for underground electricity on both sides, to ensure that nobody has to cut across the highway, ladies and gentlemen. That is a government of vision, a party of vision led by a leader with vision, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm also pleased to report what we have done on our residential road network. When you look across Barbados, I only mention a few. Think about Green Hill, Wellgap, Codrington to Waterford, Friendship, Deacons, Station Hill, Savannah Road. Think about Tambourine Avenue, Kendall Hill, Silver Hill, especially the footpaths that we did up there for the children and the disabled. Think about Coconut Grove to Bissett in St. Joseph. Think about 2nd Avenue in Maycock, the 2 avenues in Maycock, St. Lucie. Think about Gullam May Road, especially that area around the cemetery wall that was bad for years. Think about Cherry Grove and Darriston, Pembroke Road, Rockhampton Road, Rochester Road, Piedmont Park, Berlin Road in Woodburn, Watton Housing area, the Pine, especially in the Pine, the Valley, Stanley Terrace, 2nd Avenue, Cummins Road, 2nd Avenue, Paddock Road, Brydens Avenue, Halls Village number 2, Tulip Drives in St. James, Greenfield, Dundore Lane, Whitehall Main Road, especially for the people in St. Michael North. Think about what we did at Long Gap, a road that was broken with potholes for years. Think about Quakers Road. Think about Sherburn. Think about the Royal Map Highway, the Carlton Road to Rockdando. Think about all the Royal Roads. Remember those? Queen Victoria Road, King George Road, King Edward Road, Leinster Road, Prince of Wales Road, Windsor Road, and I can go on. Think about Titchbourne and the side roads. Think about Sears Court to the Eggabout at Gibbonsville Mill that was just completed. Bartlett Tenantry, Blaze Hill, Contact Court, Close Crescent, Merritt's Close, Gemswick. I can tell you more and more roads. And I mentioned all the roads that we have done. But you can expect more from us under a new term with the Barbados Labour Party. We are going to fix the roads all over Barbados. We have a road work schedule. We are working with the road contractors to rehabilitate our residential road network and major highways all over Barbados, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to do the works in road works, especially residential roads in all 11 parishes, bar none, ladies and gentlemen. We also have the Roads and Bridges project to be done as part of the Scotland District. And I want to tell you about some of the roads that we will be doing in the Scotland District. I've said to you that those roads like in St. Andrew and St. Joseph, those roads, ladies and gentlemen, in St. John, as part of the Scotland District, that were neglected for years. This Barbados Labour Party, your Barbados Labour Party, will be creating history by being the first government ever to spend $230 million on one project in the Scotland District. And we are in a pandemic, ladies and gentlemen. And we are in a pandemic. Think about what we are going to be doing with the calf roads in Barbados. I told you we are not going to leave out any parish. We are not going to leave out any parish at all. Especially those long roads in the countryside. We are going to fix all 55 roads that we have identified. And when I look, and I don't have to lie to you, the evidence is here. We are even going to be as part of the calf road project. We are going to do phase 2. We have the Highway 7 from Thornbury Hill going to Rendezvous. We have from the Independence Arch going all the way up, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we are going to be doing for you. Another $100 million in calf road projects already on the way. And we have started some. Bridgecote to Cottage alone. We have already started roads in Barbados for the benefit of the people. Think about the IADB road and think about it. Another close to $25 million in roads, infrastructure, improving road connectivity and infrastructure. And let me tell you about some of them, ladies and gentlemen. Because you need to know that your Barbados Labour Party has a roadworks program second to none. No government in a post-independent Barbados will be able to accomplish the feat that we have accomplished when we complete next term in respect of roadworks in Barbados. Not one. And you want to know about the roads we're going to be doing under the Global Roads Program. Well, let me tell you about some of them. The ABC eastbound lanes from Norman Nell's roundabout going to the Clyde Walker roundabout. We're going to fix, that very bad road at Carmichael when you come down Border Hall to the Turnpike Junction. That road, yes, that road is also going to be fixed. And for Indarware and the people in St. Philip, we are going to be fixing that Longbear to Bel-Air Road. That's the one that runs from Sam Lawrence Castle going to the Crane roundabout. We are going to be milling and paving Highway 6 Searles, what you call the Searles Road, from the Henry Ford roundabout to the Searles roundabout. Highway 6, for example, from Searles to 6 Roads, that is going to be fixed along with the intended drainage works that we have to do to continue to mitigate flooding in Barbados. We have the Bell Road from Lears to the ABC Highway, and I tell you about Cattle Wash to Barclays Park and Barclays Park to BLP, ladies and gentlemen. Do you begin to get a feel for the extent of the works that we'll be doing in Barbados as part of a major infrastructural program? This is what the people of Barbados will be voting for. They are going to be voting for major infrastructural improvements in Barbados, ladies and gentlemen, as contained and outlined in this our manifesto document for 2022 and beyond. And also, not only roads we're going to be fixing, ladies and gentlemen, I can also stand here tonight and tell you that we are going to be putting an end to the lines, the long and waiting lines at the Barbados Licensing Authority for Service. We have completely revamped the customer service experience at the Pine. And if you go there, for example, you will see that no longer you have to stand in the hot sun. We have 3 tents on the compound. We have chairs for people to sit on. We are also going to ensure that you can do it in one fell swoop, or you could do it as you wish. When you wish to go for a driver's license, you can pay individually for the fees, or you can pay all $230 in one go, and very shortly, you will be able to select the date for your driving test online, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we are doing for Barbados. This Barbados Labour Party government commits to you that we are going to fix those issues. And I ain't finished yet. Let me talk about the people, what people refer to as the seniors in our community, those who have contributed to the development of Barbados. You know what we're going to be doing for them, ladies and gentlemen? 70-year-old drivers will no longer have to renew their driver's license every year in Barbados. That will be over. One simple, the cabinet already agreed to the decision. And all we have to do is to make one change to the Road Traffic Act, an amendment, and that will happen very early in the new term of the Barbados Labour Party. So rather than for the seniors having to go every year and get a medical certificate if you're over 70, and you have to take it in every year and pay a fee, we say no. As research has shown, that elderly people don't get involved in too many accidents. We did the research, and we can say to you, if you're between 70 and 75, you don't have to go every year. And at the age of 75, all you have to do is to complete the checklist every 2 years. That is what we'll be doing for Barbados and our seniors who work hard for this country. And something else has come in. And something I know that you are going to love, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you were waiting for, and it shall be delivered. And in this document, we have promises kept, caring, and delivering. But I can tell you that we are also going to introduce, the decision has already been cleared by the Cabinet of Barbados, and we are going to be introducing personal license plates for all Barbadian drivers, ladies and gentlemen. All. So if you want, Riri will not allow you to do that. But if you had to say Riri, you can say Riri. But if you want to say, if your name is Edghill, and you want to say Edghill #1, you will have that opportunity to do so. Talk about a government that is caring, a government that is responsive, and a government that has listened to you, the people of Barbados. That is our onward march, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we're doing. And I have to talk to you about water. And I'm happy that my voice is holding because I had to consult my very good friend, the Most Honorable Dr. Jerome Walcott, because the voice was beginning to get some wear and tear. It happens when you're in the middle of a campaign and you feel excited and rejuvenated. But I have to talk to you about water. And why is water so important? Because the Democratic Labour Party, for 10 years, failed to address the issues of water in Barbados. Do you recall how many times that Dale Marshall and the people from St. Joseph and surrounding areas had to go to the Barbados Water Authority and march on the compound of the Barbados Water Authority? Do you recall? People, Christmas after Christmas, Easter, and other days could not get water in Barbados, in St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Joseph. And what did your Barbados Labour Party government did? What was our response? And it is in here for the benefit of all. What was our response? Our response was to come up with a vineyard water augmentation project. It was completed at a cost of $16.4 million. But that water augmentation program has brought significant relief to thousands of people in St. Joseph and St. John and St. Thomas after the Democratic Labour Party and a man called a Pitbull failed to address the issue, or somebody say whatever he is.
Oh, Lord.
And I say to you that the Vineyard Project has eased a lot of troubles in Barbados in respect to water, and we can stand before you tonight and tell you that we have delivered, but we aren't finished there. We are going across Barbados. There are temporary desalination plants that we are going to implement and establish across Barbados. And those temporary desalination plants in the north to address the issues of water shortages in the north, ladies and gentlemen. If the Democratic Labour Party was a Kerrie administration, as they claim they are, and we know they're not, they would have fixed these issues before the Barbados Labour Party came to office. But the Barbados Labour Party intends to spend millions of dollars, notwithstanding a pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, to fix other water issues in Barbados. If you go to Half Acre, we've completed the above-ground tank there. If you go further north, you will see the work, for example, at Boscobel that we have done. And I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we have just begun, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to construct more water tanks across Barbados. Need I remind you about what we did at Fort George, Lochiel, and Boscobel? I don't have to remind you because those tanks are there. We are currently going to be upgrading the St. Stephen's to Lochiel, and you see the excavators on the highway when you pass there. Again, creating opportunities for water supply to go all the way through to our tanks, or our shop hill tank, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we are doing. We are working hard for you. And when you go, and I can tell you from my personal experience, don't mind the long talk coming from the other camp. When you go to the Prime Minister as Minister of Finance, and you ask the Prime Minister for sums to address the issues at the Water Authority, the Prime Minister does not blink. The Prime Minister says, yes, Ian, we have to fix the water problems. And I can stand here before you tonight and tell you that Mia Mottley, as Prime Minister of Barbados, has a good heart. She knows that the water issues that we are faced with, and she knows what is necessary. And we aren't finished there yet, ladies and gentlemen. In the next term, we are, as part of our infrastructure program, we are going to ensure that pumping stations that were left without upgraded electrical facilities will be upgraded. I can also tell you that we are going to have standby generators at all pumping stations in Barbados. We have 11 already, and we've also commissioned additional ones. I can also tell you that the mains replacement program that we have commenced all across Barbados, and in 23 kilometers, for example, that the residents of St. John and St. Andrew and St. Joseph and St. Lucie benefit from. That first part was completed in September last year. We are now on to another phase of mains replacement because we have to replace the mains in Barbados because you know they're almost 100 years old and you have to replace the mains. A caring government is responsible for changing out mains, not a caring government responsible for doing things that they think that we should not doing. So the Democratic Labour Party needs to remove this thing about caring. It is the Barbados Labour Party, ladies and gentlemen, that cares about you. not the other parties, not one of them. Because if they cared about you, they would have done more work for you, ladies and gentlemen. And I say to you, well, I have to wrap up. I could have talked and talked and talked for perhaps many more. I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we have many more miles to cover in our ongoing journey of providing better and much needed relief to all Barbadians. And we have to provide more relief in respect of infrastructure in Barbados. I have given you but a capsule of what we have done and what we intend to do, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to thank the pedestrians and the motorists and other commuters in Barbados for showing their understanding as we undertake the much-needed roadworks in Barbados. I know that we have an impactful project, roadworks program, and I also want to take this opportunity to thank the officials in the ministry and the road builders. But I also want to thank my constituents for allowing me the time to work on these much-needed projects and the several demanding projects that we have to work on. They understand these constituents of St. Michael West Central, and they know that they had to share me nationally, and they have agreed to that. And I also know that they've asked me to convey a message to you that they are going to return Ian Gooding-Edghill and the Barbados Labour Party to St. Michael West Central. Don't mind the fella down there trying to tear down all the posters. Don't mind him at all. Let him do it. We understand that losers remain on a sinking ship, ladies and gentlemen. Losers remain on a sinking ship. This Barbados Labour Party is a winning team. This Barbados Labour Party is a safe team. This Barbados Labour Party is a team that has built out the infrastructure in Barbados. This Barbados Labour Party, your Barbados Labour Party, is safer with Mia Amor Mottley as the leader. This Barbados Labour Party is safer and stronger, ladies and gentlemen, than it ever has been with the team that we have before you. Go to the polls on January the 19th. Vote Barbados Labour Party. Support the programs, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue on our march with our infrastructure development. Good night and God bless you.
West Central, he is the best. Ready to vote like mad. Run them out how we are. Ready to vote like mad. Run them out how we are. Ready to vote like mad. Run them out how we are. Ready to vote like mad. On the road again. Easy choice, my friend. Tell them don't get vexed. This is the man that gets in the X.
You understand what I was talking about earlier? Are we ready? Well, since you are ready, before I introduce the next speaker, I am going to introduce a new campaign song by the Most Honourable Anthony Gabby Carter. Listen.
Yes, we want she, Mia Amor Mottley. Yes, we want she to lead we again. Yes, we want she, Mia Amor Mottley. Yes, we want she, come sunshine or rain. So we voting again for she, we voting Mia Amor Mottley. We voting again for she, and the BLP. We voting again for she, we voting Mia Amor Mottley. We voting again for she, and the BLP. Mia, 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 Mia. Mia Amor Mottley, yes, she lead we through the crisis and the pandemic. You're right. So we voting, being changing, our next victory for the BLP. Yeah. So we voting again for she, we voting Mia Amor Mottley. We voting again for she, and the BLP. Yeah. We voting again for she, we voting Mia Amor Mottley. We voting again for she, and the BLP. Oh, yeah. We voting again for she, we voting Mia Amor Mottley. We voting again for she, and the BLP. We voting again for she, we voting Mia Amor Mottley. We voting again for she, and the BLP. Mia, 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 Mia.
Do you like it? Do you like it? Are you ready? Now, I said that tonight is serious business. The next person I'm going to introduce to speak to you won in St. Mike in Christchurch East at the last election. He was assigned the portfolio Energy and Water Resources. And his immediate challenge was addressing the issue of the sewage which was leaking all over the streets on the South Coast. And he worked diligently, night and day, to have that matter resolved. He also, I think many of you recall the photos of the Bridgetown sewage plant when he visited it. Hadn't been repaired and parts missing. We saw photos of pumpkin vines with young pumpkins in the sewage treatment plant while the sewage was going into the sea. 3.5 years later, after he was worked hard and diligently, we see rising again in Christchurch East, one Low, raising his despicable head with his unique brand of sleaze and salacious nastiness and night and lies. What brand of political party would want to be seen or associated with a character like that man who was soundly routed in 2018? It could only be a party that is saying, come whoever wants to come and join this party. And it could not be a serious political party in 2022 facing the problems of this country. And so I'm sure that when the people of Christchurch East go to the polls on the 19th of January, they will return Wilfred Abrahams to represent them in that constituency for the good work that he has been doing. Wilfred Abrahams.
Christchurch East. It must be confusion in their mind. I'm voting for Wilfred like last time. Stamp me X down. One time. For Wilfred Abrahams, we stamp it every time. Yeah. Wilfred Abrahams is #1. Cause we vote for him last time. We'll vote for him this time. Vote him every time. So Wilfred Abrahams is #1. And we vote for him. We will vote him this time. Vote him all the time. So we vote for Abrahams last time. Voting Abrahams this time. We vote Abrahams last time. Vote him every time. So we vote Abrahams last time. We will vote him this time. We vote Abrahams last time. Vote him all the time. So he's about development, and clearly that is evident. Wilfred don't talk for show. The whole of Christchurch East. No.
Good night. Good night. Good night to all of the good people in front of me. There's nothing that looks better than a sea of red. I want to say good night to my good people from Christchurch East and the cheerleading section. Listen, I feel so good. Right, the last time I felt like this was 2018. I feel so good. The feeling is so good on the ground. But we got serious things to talk about today. A manifesto is our government's contract with you. It sets out what it is that we intend to do, the things that are important to us, the platforms on which we stand, what we are saying you can hold us to. It shows our vision. It shows where we're going as a country. It shows the leadership of our party. It shows the character of the individual candidates. A manifesto is to be taken very, very seriously. In our manifesto, we deal with certain drivers of national transformation, and they show where we're going. The first one I actually want to touch on is creating opportunities for Barbadians to invest and build wealth. Understand, I'm not saying may. Every time I speak, I'm saying will, because this is what we are saying we will do. One of the critical things we're going to do is we will, as a government, divest ourselves of the ownership and the interest in Sandlord's Hotel and its surrounding lands. We plan to give that as an investment opportunity to the ordinary Barbadians and to the credit union movement. The credit union sprung as an alternative to formal banking because a lot of people could not access the formal banking structure. The rules were a little bit too strict. It was difficult. The fees were too much. And the credit union came out of the SUSU, you all know the SUSU, right? The meet and turn. How many Bajans have actually managed to do constructive things through meet and turn? How many of you all fix your houses through meet and turn? How many of you might have bought a car or bought a gift for your wife through meet and turn? That's right. The credit union came from that. And for us to advance as a people, we need to enfranchise the credit union movement. We need to give the ordinary Bajan a chance to own something substantial, not to collect a pittance in interest from the bank. The banks don't give you interest now. You actually pay to keep your money on the bank. By doing this, we're going to allow you to have a stake in perhaps one of the biggest tourism opportunities in the entirety of Barbados. This is what your government will do for you. We don't want it all for ourselves. We want you to have peace. We want to make Barbadians owners of public assets. We will complete the development of the Barbadian Wealth Fund, and this fund will put unused government lands and assets to work, using them as stakes for equity and more significant developments. And the fund will be legally owned by anybody over the age of 18. What we're saying, they've got enough crown lands out there doing nothing. People complain about them all the time. They're overgrown. We do nothing with them. This is the opportunity now for us to think outside the box. Let us put those lands to good use. So imagine the government going into business with a credit union. We provide the land, you put up the solar infrastructure, you put up the solar farm, and the credit union now starts to get a serious return, and their members get a return. We are also looking, we have carved out a space for in the renewable energy sector for the average Barbadian. This is a lot of carve-outs that we are doing. So we are now saying nothing goes to waste. Let us now expand our minds. Let us look at everything that the government owns. Everything that the government owns, especially if it's a liability to us. How can we turn this to the advantage of the average Barbadian? How can this make money to put money into your pockets? And the best way to do it is in partnership, and we are doing it through the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Understand, I said will, not may. We are creating a My Economy. This is to provide every Bajan with a digital account which offers a range of tools, including web publishing and payment systems to enable them to be producers and sharers and sellers of digital content to the world. Now, a lot of people in Barbados have ideas. People have brilliant ideas. You heard my song just now? My song just now was done by an artist called Lead Pipe. He's based here. The man did it in one. We need people like him, people with ideas, people with things to sell to the world to be able to have the opportunity to market themselves outside of Barbados. There are only 280,000 people in Barbados. Unless we start to look at the world as our global market, unless we start to look at the things that we do and we do well and say, how can these things impact on other people? How can we make $1? If the idea is good enough for Barbados, everybody wants it, then let us take it outside. That way we actually generate real wealth in our country. We need to create that space, open that space. The whole globe, the world is our market. Our young people must believe that. We're going to work with financial institutions, including, again, credit unions. You all seen a theme? We are working with the institutions that work for the people of Barbados. We are working with things that already exist. We are working with institutions and organizations that have served us well, that have propelled us all the way through. We need to back the credit unions. The credit unions are homegrown. They're owned by us. They will support us. They will provide investment opportunities for us. We're going to work with those institutions to create safe, new, low-cost platforms for all Bajans to manage their savings and purchase and sell foreign securities. Now, all of this is to open up that digital space. We want to have a crypto park in Barbados. We will become a global fintech hub. Now, people hear about fintech. All of you hear about fintech, right? And a lot of people don't understand what fintech is. Fintech is the alternative to the normal banking structure, the normal financial structure. This is using technology and blending it with finance to create opportunities that are not normally available. You all heard about Bitcoin. You would have heard about cryptocurrencies, and a lot of people may not understand it, but we will explain it to you. Over the next couple of years, we're going to demystify this. We're going to explain to you how you can use all these things that other people are using to generate profits for you and to grow our country. That is what we are saying, not that we may do. We are going to do it, and we have already started. The owners of technology own the world. One of the worst things that ever happened to Barbados was when Intel left. Right? One of the worst things that ever happened to Barbados was the flight of that investment. We want to bring that all back. We as a government are going to create the structures, the regulatory framework, the legislative accommodations to allow those companies to come to Barbados, to set up in Barbados, to base themselves in Barbados, to employ Barbadians, to facilitate Barbadians. One of the greatest impediments to any young person in Christchurch is who has a business. How are you going to get that soul outside? How do you get the foreign currency that you need to buy the inputs that you need in your business? When you have the finished product, how do you actually market it outside? How do you get people to hear of you? How do you get people to pay you? We are going to set up those structures. This is not something that everybody does. Quite frankly, to be honest with y'all, half the time when Ryan Strawn talking, I have no clue as to what he's talking about. The man is brilliant. He knows it. I acknowledge my short. That's right. Clap for Ryan Strawn. Clap for Ryan Strawn. I acknowledge my limitations, you know. I ain't good with numbers. So I then depend on people who know to explain to me. What we are saying is that we as a government will take you through this process. What we know, you will know. What we can bring here to assist you, we are going to bring here to assist you. We want you to see yourselves not just as Barbadians. Do not just limit yourselves as Barbadians. Barbadians who actually make it and go outside. Rule. You always hear about Barbadians who manage to go outside and pursue a dream. Actually taking over the world. Look at Rihanna. Rihanna would never have done what she did had she stayed here in Barbados. That's the reality. We create and generate talent. We have brilliant young people. We have entrepreneurs just waiting for a framework and a chance. We, your government, the next BLP government, are going to provide that for you so all of our young people have the chance to fulfill their true potential. That is our promise to you. We're going to modernize all of our laws, our corporate laws, our registration processes to accommodate this. It was 3.5 short years ago that we came to government. And I'm sure that everybody watching, if you're honest with yourself, you would know that we did more in 3.5 years than the last set of people did in 10 years. If we gave them another 10 years at that pace, they still would not have done what we did in 3.5 years. Now, this is one. For years, we cried down marijuana. For years, weed was a bad thing. It took the rest of the world to acknowledge that marijuana had certain medicinal properties and it could be used for many things, and they made it legit. And we who have the perfect climate to grow marijuana, right? We who have the perfect climate to exploit that, let others in North America get ahead of us. This reminds me of the solar revolution. We developed solar water heaters. You all know that? Solar water heating was developed in Barbados. And the rest of the world took it and exploded it. And we missed our opportunity. We are not missing our opportunity with this. But it's not just that we're developing it. The government is going to guarantee, it's going to put measures in place to ensure a certain percentage of local ownership. In the same way that this government and the Prime Minister, the Honourable Mia Amor Mottley, put things in place to guarantee that in the emerging renewable energy market, that there was a space, a carve-out, a certain percentage that nobody could touch that was reserved for Barbadians. A piece for credit union, a piece for ordinary Barbadians. We are going to do the same thing with medical marijuana. No big companies are coming in here and taking all. This is our investment opportunity. This is our chance to own a piece of the rock. This is our chance to own a piece of the business. This is our chance to become real movers and shakers in capital. We are going to for 25 years. And people are at the back of everything that I do. I came into politics to help people, in particular young people. I believe in those. You see all of them cross there, all of them that come out and support me every single day of this campaign. I believe in them. It is my duty to give them all the chances that they can get. We need to transform Barbadian national identity and active citizenship by giving chances, giving second chances. And we need to place equal emphasis, not just on rights, but on responsibilities. Young people, every time you have a right, a responsibility comes with that. You cannot get all of the benefits without giving something back. We need to encourage a spirit of voluntarism in Barbados. We need people to understand that the government can't do everything for you. Sometimes you have to help yourselves. Sometimes you have to help the people around you. We need to create the avenues for that. We need to create the avenues where persons outside Barbados can donate to worthy causes. These things link in. Because I talked to you about digital currency and facilitating a global investment opportunity. But equally, it must be easy for Bajans to send money back home. It must become very, very easy for Barbadians using cryptocurrency or other digital processes to be able to support their family or help a fire victim. Somebody's seeing that online. You see a family of 5 displaced by a fire, and you say, oh my God, the next thing that should be happening there, you should be seeing how easily you can send the money to them and let that money come. We are one community. When Bajans go overseas and go away, we don't forget where we come from. It is often difficult for us to help ourselves. It is often difficult for us to help who's left behind. It is our government's intention to make these things simple for you. Our aim as a government is to simplify everything for you. No more jumping through hoops. Every process in government must become simple. I was unfortunate enough to be downwind of another meeting yesterday. And I heard somebody speaking from another platform. I mean, they were close enough to me that I could hear them, so I gave you the lines you read between them. I heard that person say the only thing Wilfred Abrahams has done is expunge people's convictions and employ criminals. That is what that person, the fact I tell you this from this platform and it's being broadcast, will tell you I ain't lying. You know it is true. I speak the truth. That mentality is what suppressed and kept our people down for the 10 desolate years that they were in government. It is time for that mentality to change. That mentality has no place in 2022. Somebody who has had the misfortune to get a criminal conviction, they've paid dearly. We have put a provision, or our legislation accommodates the expungement of that record in certain circumstances. They call it paying your debt to society for a reason. When you have paid your debt to society, the slate is clean. You should be able to proceed. But that's the theory. The reality is when you call for certificate of character and that conviction comes up, people don't want to employ you. When you take that certificate of character and you go trying to get a US visa, they're not going to give it to you. So somebody who had a conviction for a spliff 10 years ago, a spliff that is now legal in the States, is now legal all across the world, that person still, because they have a conviction, can't travel, cannot access a government job. That has no place now. We need a second chance initiative. We clap for that, man. Hey, 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 hey. We need to understand that our government has a duty, and not just our government, but you have a duty as well to give people a second chance. We have all made our mistakes, every single one of us. Some got caught, some did not. But each one of us in here and each one of us watching knows of something that they did at some point in time that they say, good God, I'm glad I'm going to find out. If you are not that person, stay silent. A mistake that you made that our law says can forgive you must never operate to keep you down. It must allow you to grow. We have to put things in place, because if we have you on the margins of society and we keep you on the margins of society, then you're going to keep going back to the only system that you know and you will never get ahead. So for that person who had that to say yesterday, you look at my constituents, some of them who have fallen on misfortune, and you see criminals and you want to keep them down. I look at them and I see somebody's daughter, somebody's son, somebody's brother, somebody's father, somebody deserving of a chance. And we, your government, are going to give them that chance to get ahead. But we also must put programs in place to stop people from actually falling victim in the system. You know that we are well advanced with the child protection legislation. You know that we are well advanced with the juvenile justice legislation. And both of these work hand in hand, not to punish people, but to try our best to keep them out of the system. We don't want them to get in the system. More programs are going to be put in place to identify the real problems. A youth is not deviant just for so. I don't believe that young people are possessed by demons. So when you have somebody who does not understand, I told you all, I confess, I'm not good at maths. So when you have somebody who can't understand maths or physics and they keep falling behind and you're saying the dumpsy, that person might not be good at maths and physics, but that person might be a master at arts. That person might be the next Gary Sobers in cricket. That person might be the next Andrew Pilgrim in acting. That person might be the next Rihanna in singing, the next supermodel. We have to be able to identify these things and steer the deviants away. We have to put opportunities in place. Even when you come into contact with the system, we have to put self-betterment opportunities for you. In prison, if you go in, you must come out a better person than you went in. Don't go in there and mark time just to pay your debt to society. We must put the opportunities there that you can learn. We must put the opportunities there for all of our children who we must identify from early when a child is in trouble, and we must put those opportunities in place so that we keep that child away from the system and allow that child to grow like everybody else's child. That is what we will do. We want Bajans to be proud. We want to have active citizenship. We want you to feel a part of Barbados. All of you over there from Christchurch, all of my team, you all are a part of Barbados. This manifesto was drafted with you in mind. But you also have to be good citizens. You also need to give back to your country. You also need to look around and help others to grow. You also need to be prepared to give a hand up to somebody else. Anytime you get a berry, make sure somebody else can eat too. I spoke to somebody last night at a spot meeting. That person was given an opportunity to do a contract with government. And he started off by employing 7 other people. He said, Abrahams, sometimes I take home $200. But I felt good because I had $200 and 7 other people could eat. That is what we want from you. That is what being Bajan is about. We look out for one another. So, I got like 10 seconds. We need to also look seriously at homelessness and addiction. No longer say he's a drunkard. No longer say he's a paro. We need to identify what can be done to deal with them, what can be done to help them, and we need to realize that mental illness is real. Our government is going to do that because at the end of the day, people are our greatest resource. People are our most important asset, and this government, this existing government, this Prime Minister, everything we do is for you. Everything we do is to better your life. Everything we do is to better our country. Everything we do is to place Barbados at the forefront because this is who we are and this is what we do. I could say so much more. And you know what? I will get a chance again, but I think you all get the idea. You get the idea? So once you get the idea, I done, I gone. Good night. God bless.
We can expect even more than what we already have. We voting for Wilfred. We can expect even more than what we already have. We voting for Wilfred, yeah. Wilfred Abrahams is #1. Cause we vote for him last time. We'll vote for him this time. Vote him every time. So Wilfred Abrahams is #1. And we vote for him. We will vote him.
You heard him? Mr. Wilfred Abrahams, who will cause the demise of the sleazy Mr. Lowe. The next speaker I'm going to invite to address you, we're moving along quickly now, has been extremely hardworking. Extremely hardworking, she has been. She has had the honor of representing St. Michael's South Central since May 2018. And I'm sure that she will continue to do that after the next election. We see Mr. Richard Seeley has come out of his slumber. And the first act he's taken is to try to challenge quietly for the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. But he cannot be that confident, because over the last 2 days ago, there was a nasty lie circulating across Barbados, obviously emanating from his bosom, because he is of that nature, trying to give the impression that this lady's husband got some contract for $30-something million at the QEH to build an accident and emergency department, and not a single job went to anyone in St. Michael's South Central. How low, how nasty could you get? When the husband sits on the board, is not allowed to tender, and we know who the construction went to, and it cost $15 million. And it went to a construction firm in the north of this island. And this Richard Seeley, who is parading and spending $50 bills according to the nation, feels so powerful that from him can emanate a nasty lie like this. But there's only one response to this from the good people of St. Michael's South Central. Clearly, the treatment that he was given last time should be dealt to him again this time.
Oh, Lord!
He will do anything to win the seat. And of course, anything to get rid of Verla. I gave you Marsha Caddle.
Them talking about breathe and think we forget. It's them that had the people short of breath. You want this community to progress? Well, give Marsha Caddle that.
Yeah, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle, care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle, she not doing it for fame. Stamp your ex by she name. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle.
Saddle up and put Caddle up. The work that she doing is fabulous, like saving the economy, love for the family, and free Wi-Fi. Marsha does.
And everything that she do spectacular. She got a vision, don't need binocular. He even walk to the village to talk to you. Put the Xbox there for Marsha, yeah. It is Marsha we voting. Constituents know she ain't joking.
Check the canal, the boats goes floating. You know development is she motive. What?
Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. She not doing it for fame. Stamp your ex by she name. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. She not doing it for fame. Stamp your ex by she name. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle.
Good night, good night, good night. Y'all look so beautiful from here. Barbados Labour Party family, how you feeling tonight? Wanna sound even better. I want to say good night to Barbados. I want to say good night to people from all over the Caribbean who are listening to us, who are watching us, people from all over the world who are watching this Barbados to see where we go. But they're watching because they believe there is only one person and one government that can take us there. They are watching because Mia Amor Mottley has made this country one to watch again. And I want you to allow us to have the world keep watching us and following us, because this small Barbados is big in so many ways, and do not allow anybody else to make us small again. Last night, we were in Valerie in Britain's Hill. And my brother, Kurt Humphrey, shared the platform with me. He was at the Manifesto launch that day, yesterday, and I was not there. When he came to Valerie to speak, I said to him, Kirk, I want you to handle the policy discussions that matter to the people in Britain's Hill, because he and I share stewardship of Britain's Hill. I said, Kirk, I want you to handle the policy discussions that matter to people in Britain's Hill, because I have come tonight to talk to my people about community. And he did, and he, as always, did a magnificent job. You can clap for that. But as he spoke, and while I was speaking, I reflected on something. I reflected on the fact that when he talked about the policy, when he brought the policy in this document, and when I talked about the community matters and the household matters that the people in Valerie and the people in St. Michael South Central have raised, they are one and the same. And I say that because it's important to realize that this is glossy paper, and this is well put together, and this is a lot of words, but this is about people. This is about the people in St. Michael South Central. This is about the people all over the communities in Barbados and how these things matter to them. And so tonight, in my limited time, I want to speak to you about the coherence that you find in this document. And I want to take you to a place tonight when we talk about economic policy that perhaps we don't often go. It is a coherence in Barbados Labour Party policy that you will not find on the other side. On one side of the party, on that other side, they say children should not go back to school. That's unsafe. Another gentleman that is running somewhere in St. Michael is now saying, but the children need to go back to school. The Democratic Labour Party has not been able to figure out any coherence in their policy, any coherence in their leadership. And they would want to try and convince you, people who said that we would have a manifesto from them on the first day of January, and what day is today? What it is? They would want to try and convince you that they have it together enough to try and lead you, to try and lead me, to try and lead our children. Can't happen. They need to get themselves together first. Even within what each of them says, from one day to another, it changes. In one breath, we have a young lady who rightfully apologized for insensitive comments that she made about women on a platform. And then 10 seconds later, she was printing T-shirts with the same comments from the same speech that she apologized for. But how, ma'am?
Oh, Lord!
And you know, I did not come up here tonight to try and prosecute that young woman because she just started. She now come. And 5 years ago, I was new. I'm not gonna say I was like her. I was new. But I say this to make this point, that leadership matters. Because how could she believe that those messages were adequate and were suitable coming from her, a young woman coming new to political service? Because she was watching those people who are leading her. Well, I know who is leading me. And the woman who is leading me has taught me, has shown me that we must have empathy for this young woman. I have empathy for this young woman, and I have only one thing to say to you tonight if you are listening, and it is this. Drunk or sober, mind your business.
Oh, Lord! Security! I'm gonna need security!
Focus, my friend. But I feel you, and I didn't come to ridicule her, but mind your business. If you are coming to represent people, mind their business. Focus on the work. The work is going to guide you where you need to go. If you really have service in your heart and in your belly, mind your business. Just do the work. And if you want an example to follow, I understand you don't have many on that side. But if you want an example to follow, I got some over here for you. I got Mia Amor Mottley that you can watch.
Oh, Lord!
But my friends, when I spoke in Valerie last night, when I spoke about something that we call the Valerie Better Days Park, which is going to have kiosks erected to give cultural expression and economic activity to people, similarly to what we are doing in Halls Road with the Halls Road Commercial Village. When I spoke about the fact that the Valerie Better Days Park is going to have accessibility for people with disabilities in honor of a man from that community that we call Gregory Armageddon Small, I was talking about the part of this manifesto document that at page 17 talks about delivering higher incomes and opportunities to those traditionally left out. We have to do different and do better in making sure that we provide economic opportunities for all. And we have seen that small business is the new frontier. We have seen that self-employment is the new frontier. I've had the privilege over the last 3.5 years to lead in a ministry that is responsible for data. And one of the things we always watch is the unemployment numbers. And we've seen that more and more young people are choosing self-employment. They're choosing to be small contractors. They're creating, they're innovating. They are making watches made right here. They are cooking. I have a young man with me who I've only seen pictures of the food. I didn't taste the hand yet, but it looked like it tastes good. We have young people who want to have their economic activity and their home life and their sporting and their cultural life in their communities where they live. When I, in 2017, gave the Grantley Adams Memorial Lecture, this is one of the things I spoke about. And I am pleased to be part of a Barbados Labour Party government that listens to the ideas of the young political actors and young candidates and young MPs. But when I talked about those things, it is because they are part of a coherent policy framework. Because at the same time we talk about the self-employed, we are also talking about having social policy and social insurance that responds to them. You know, when we were responding to COVID, when we came up with an entire suite of economic programs, at a time when Barbados was the country in the region that was spending the most on economic response to COVID, one of the things we realized was that self-employed people were not accessing the benefits that they needed to, the benefits that mattered to them. And so in this manifesto, you will see that while on the one hand, we talk about making sure that we support the future of self-employed work, we also talk about the social protection measures, the insurance that tells you that if you are a self-employed person and something happens to you, you are still taken care of. So many of our self-employed during COVID needed a hand. And this Barbados Labour Party government was able to come up with programs that were able to help those self-employed people, because we meet people where they are. But I want to say something else about these policy frameworks. I'm not going to focus, ladies and gentlemen, friends, tonight on the fact that in terms of our economic policy, we were able to reduce the arrears that we found of 1.9 billion. We were able to reduce those arrears, pay back people their money so people had money in their pockets to invest in their small business. We were able to do that by over 1.9 billion, 1.8 billion. Only 63 million in arrears remains. I could talk about that, but that has been said. I could talk about the fact that we reduced debt service from 68 cents out the dollar to now standing at only 30 cents out of the dollar. I could talk about that, but these things have been said, and there are people who would have you believe that Barbados is borrowing so much more now than we did then. 68 cents out the dollar used to go to service debt just before we came to service in 2018, and now it is 30 cents. At its lowest point with us, it was 22 cents out the dollar, so that we could use all of those other resources to invest in the things that matter to Barbadians. But I am here, in fact, to talk about the fact that at the foundation of our economic policy are not just those macro issues. At the foundation of our economic policy that you'll find in this manifesto are two specific areas of investment. Investment in education, which you'll find specifically at page 12 of your manifesto, because I know that people are at home watching and following me. And I know that young people are holding us accountable. That one of the core policies of our economic development is education and skills. I say all the time that the business of economics is about provisioning of goods and services to people. It is about giving people the capacity to earn and to realize their well-being, to give people choice. And so when we talk in the education policy about transitioning our primary to secondary school process beyond the 11+ examination, that is at the core of what we believe, because my life cannot be determined by what I want to be at 11 years old. My sister Gail, may she rest in peace, at 11 years old wanted to be a private investigator because she used to watch a lot of Magnum. People change as they go through life. And what we are saying about our education policy is that it's not just about what happens in the classroom. It is not just about what happens on one day of your life that you are sent in your newly pressed uniform with your new ruler and new pen to go and take an exam one day that you might not feel well. It is about holding a person's hand. And whether you are in school or whether you are in a community program, taking you through a learning process for life. We make reference in this document to 8 to 12-week programs of skills training for artisans. And this policy, for me personally, is very important. In St. Michael South Central, we've started working with small contractors to be able to make sure that they get access to government goods and services. One of the things that hurt my heart in 2016, when I decided to leave my job and offer myself for political service, is that young people who were told, start a company, learn a trade, work for yourself, sat by and watched the same large companies get all of the contracts in this country under the last Democratic Labour Party administration. And they sat disappointed. And I said to myself, I will never preside over any policy as part of any government that continues to marginalize young people who are only trying to do for themselves and their families. But you know, we have a lot of young people, and I saw it when I was walking around. I took the then opposition leader, the now Prime Minister, our now Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, with me through some of these communities. And I talked to young people who had never worked a day in their lives. And they said, well, I can do this and I can do that and I can do a little tiling. But the truth is that they had never been given that opportunity to get skills. We had a lot of young people at the time who went to school and sat down in a classroom and then left school with no record that they've learned anything, with no record that they have passed time in an institution where they have been a part of a learning process. And we have to be able to meet young people where they are and realize that while many want to go to the University of West Indies and now once again can, free of charge, thanks to this Barbados Labour Party government, want to go to SJPI, want to go to skills training. Some of them just do not want to sit in a classroom for a year. They don't. Let's be real. They want to be able to sit down for 6 weeks or 8 weeks or 12 weeks and learn how to do something and get out there and start earning for their families because they have to. And these programs in this manifesto allow them to do that. We talk about evolving the curriculum to be more focused on problem solving and critical reasoning. And I want to have as a part of this, whoever has the honor to lead this ministry going forward. I want to make sure that a part of this is an understanding of political life and political action. It used to be called civics back in the day. But this is important, friends. Because understanding how you are a part of a political system will mean that we will not have people who are saying, well, whether I vote or not, it don't make a difference. This needs to be part of the curriculum. This needs to be part of the conversation that we have with young people. But I want to say something quickly about the other key part of our economic policy. And why are education and health such key parts of our policy? People think that economics is numbers. It is not. Economics is people. And it has always been in the Barbados Labour Party tradition to put people at the center of any economic policy. Those are the kinds of policies that you will see in this manifesto. But in order for people to thrive and to learn, they have to have their health. And health and education, I always say, are not necessarily social sectors. They're economic sectors. In this manifesto, you will see that we talk about ownership of your health. And we talk about a lot of the things that will help prevent the chronic non-communicable diseases that have so plagued us. But I want to talk, in the 2 minutes I have left, about something else. I want to talk about the fact that this is a Barbados Labour Party government that can walk and chew gum, ladies and gentlemen. We are not only focused on keeping the country alive during COVID. You have a health sector. You have a Minister of Health in the person of Lieutenant Colonel, he got so many titles I don't know which one to call first, the Most Honourable Jeffrey Bostick, who has shown that while we were shepherding the country through COVID, we were also transforming the health sector. In this manifesto, you will see that we had the mission-critical things that we had to accomplish that we did. But we also managed in 3.5 years, with 2 being COVID, to see immense transformation in this country in the health sector. And I want to say something else. If we had not done what we needed to do with those mission-critical things, the reserves, the sewage, the things that we had to make sure that we did to keep people healthy, if we hadn't done that in the first 18 months, in the first 12 months, I don't know what would have happened to us during COVID. I don't know what would have happened. So the fact that we moved quickly was important. But I want to say something about the health sector because I know it matters to Barbadians. I know that it is not just about the transformation, but it is also about the things that you experience today. I want to say to you quickly that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital has been able to see reduced waiting time. And it is something that this Barbados Labour Party government is going to be working on, is going to continue to work on. The hospital created a short stay unit for emergency patients that need observation, built 60 external oxygen ports to ensure access to oxygen, has a newly donated CT scanner, increased the number of doctors in medicine, in surgery, and anesthesia, saw an injection of $18 million in equipment, the first major injection in capital equipment, friends, in over 10 years in a health sector in this country. They saw that a stage 3 completion of the accident and emergency department by the end of February will be fully operational. The issue of the elderly contributing to occupying beds, contributing to gridlock in the hospital, is going to be addressed when we have that new geriatric center that is going to be built in this country. I say all of that, friends, to tell you this. While you read this document and you see all of the transformational things that this government is doing, know that we are also listening. Know that we are also hearing. Know that the team that has invested in a new facility at Harrison Point for COVID is still investing resources in making sure that when you go to the hospital, when you take your child or your relative, that you are going to be able to see shorter wait times, that you're going to be able to have more communication from health professionals, because we know that these are the things that matter to you. My comrades up here said tonight that they could go on forever, and similarly, looking at this beautiful crowd up here today, I can go on forever too, but other people have to speak. I only want to leave you with this. This election on January 19th is perhaps the most important election that we will face. It is perhaps the most important. And I will tell you why. Because we have to decide whether we are going forward or backward. Who wants to go back there? We have to make sure that under the stewardship of Mia Mottley and this Barbados Labour Party government, that the vision that you see in this manifesto is a vision that can be realized. You can make it happen, ladies and gentlemen, on the 19th of January when you go out to vote. We are not going back. We are going forward, ever, backward, never. Vote the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for progress. Vote for transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, good night.
Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. She not doing it for fame. Stamp your ex by she name. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle.
Saddle up, but caddle up. The work that she doing is fabulous, like saving the economy, love for the family, and free Wi-Fi. Marshallous.
And everything that she do spectacular. She got a vision.
You heard her?
By not killer.
Are you convinced that she is going to defeat Richard Seeley? Can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Hear you now. We are moving swiftly along because we are a few minutes behind, I gather. But the next speaker I'm going to introduce to speak to you, she has been working indefatigably in the Ministry of Tourism. During the issues with COVID and the lockdowns, when our tourism industry fell almost to zero, she has been the one who has been working assiduously, recognizing the importance of tourism to Barbados. And she, I dare say, has seen a drastic improvement in our fortunes in tourism, but she continues to work. And this evening, she is going to tell you the plans that we in the Barbados Labour Party have in terms of transformation as it relates to tourism and bringing it to communities. Remember what I said about empowering you and getting you, the citizens, involved. I introduce Lisa Cummings to address.
Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for me? Tell them. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. Who the people want? Tell them. Who Barbados need? Tell them. Who will work for me? Mia. Tell them. Barbados Labour Party. We not going back no more. We face all the odds before. We know going back is wasting time. Experience needed now. People, let us show you how the journey now starts.
There looks so nice. See a red. All I could see in front of me is Barbados Labour Party family. Good night, Barbados Labour Party. Good night, Barbados. Good night to our persons, all the persons who are watching tonight online. We are here tonight to get down to business. I think you have heard from all of the speakers who went before me what the Barbados Labour Party has done, the conditions under which we had to do it, the way in which this Barbados Labour Party, your party, my party, all of we party, all of we, you have seen the conditions under which we had to operate. Did we get it done? Oh, yes, we did. We had crisis after crisis that everybody talked about, right? And none was bigger, perhaps, than in the ministry, than in the sector that I had responsibility for. Many people probably thought, Lisa, you are a mad woman. Who decides in the middle of a pandemic to accept an appointment as the Minister of Tourism? Everybody else would have run in the opposite direction. But Barbados Labour Party family, whenever there is a crisis, what do? We face it and we fix it. And that is what this Barbados Labour Party did. So I want to start by saying thank you. I want especially to say to those of you, some of you I know from in the tourism sector as well, some of you who I know when I came into the ministry in August of 2020, I know some of you were not working. We were in the throes of lockdown. I joined the ministry at a time where between January and August, there were 7,000 visitors to this country. You know what that number looks like? 7,000 people in this country? Well, I couldn't even begin to imagine that today and yesterday and Christmas Day, I would be in a position where when the ministries of health and all of the officials were calling my phone from Christmas Day, and we had some emergencies on Christmas Day, after getting call after call after call, you know what I had to tell them? Up to yesterday. Today is Christmas. You know the story of Christmas? Jesus. There are no rooms in these inns. That is what happened in this country today. But who would have imagined that we would be here today? I could not imagine. I could not have imagined. You'll see the planes flying into Barbados. There are those who would wish to make much about the crisis that they see on the outside. For us, we see it as an opportunity. We have now, in this environment, in this December, 10,000 people pushing through the Grantley Adams International Airport every single month. That is a month. You understand what I tell you? In January to August, we had 7,000, almost half the year. In terms of airlift, at December, we had close to 89.7% of our 2019 airlift. You see American Airlines flying in, it full? It full. You see JetBlue flying in, it full. You can get a seat, it full. British Airways, 3 flights a day. Virgin Atlantic, 3 flights a day. What is happening as well with the new carriers? Aer Lingus, KLM. We have Eurowings coming in as well. We have had a resounding response from the international community because Barbados remains a marquee destination. Barbados remains top of mind for the international community, and we have not the Democratic Labour Party to thank for that, not Richard Seeley, who would wish to pomp us out. I'm going to come back to him a little later on. I'm not ready for him yet. But we have the leader of the Barbados Labour Party, Mia Amor Mottley, our Prime Minister, where everywhere we go, people say, Barbados, your Prime Minister is so impressive. Barbados, your Prime Minister is a boss. Barbados, your Prime Minister is the leader of the Caribbean. Send her down here because we want her to be our Prime Minister. That is our leader. So for those who wish to talk about how could you compare my president to my leader, there is no comparison. Let it be clear. And the world abroad knows it. The only people in the world who don't know that Mia Mottley is larger than life, bigger than everybody else combined in the Democratic Labour Party is the Democratic Labour Party themselves. We know it though. So we found ourselves in a position in crisis where we had to do what we had to do. We had to face it and we had to fix it. And what did we do? We have found ourselves in a position where we are beginning to rebound. When we were in London in November, we were overwhelmed by the number of people who said to us, 2022, the first quarter of the year, is the strongest year in terms of forward bookings and projections that we have seen in 30 years managing Barbados. In 30 years managing Barbados. But that's the big picture. When I talk about airlines, when I talk about airlift, those are not the things that matter. Richard Seeley and the Democratic Labour Party may want to focus on those things, and they may want to focus on all kinds of minutiae. But let me keep this thing real. When we were in the worst of times, and our people were not working, the Barbados Labour Party and the Mia Amor Mottley administration introduced a BEST program, $48 million to be able to keep tourism businesses afloat. 48 businesses have already had monies disbursed. 55 have been approved. 21 hotels, restaurants, tour operators, marketers, water sports operators, all different categories of persons benefited to the tune of $48 million. The Democratic Labour Party wants to talk about how have you shown it? How do you care? When they left office last I checked, there was such a cloud hanging over most of their heads, including some of the ones that have come back, shrouded in scandal and linked to every steel-based contract in this country. What have they done with all the money that they took? Did they come into the constituencies that they left? They want to talk about service. We went and we dealt with all of the persons who had to get severance. We dealt with those persons who were struggling. There were care packages that were given to everybody, but in the tourism sector, we made sure that we kept businesses afloat so that who? Workers, the housekeepers, the chefs, the pool attendants, the laundry workers, so that they could get a living. I would never forget. It is something that haunted me for nights after I heard her speak. She said to me, "But Lisa, I would never forget how it felt. I worked in tourism for 20 years, and I went home and I did not know what was going to happen to me. I want to thank the government of Barbados for making sure that I could get money to be able to look after my children." That is what this Barbados Labour Party did. And she brought tears to my eyes because she was hurting. People were hurting. How did they show they cared? How did they want to serve? Did they show up in the constituencies that they now seek to represent to say they care? Did you see them? No. Did they show up in the constituencies that they say they want to serve? No. Did they show up to say, can we help you? Did they give you care packages? Did they come to say, can we lend a hand in helping with tourism? No. But now they want to come back. And it is almost as they would want to eat off of they left the fatted calf, they ate what was on the fatted calf, left the calf bare. The government has now started to rebuild it, and whatever bones they have found, they want to come now and feast on. We say what? No, not about here. What are some of the things that this Barbados Labour Party is intending to do going forward? Now, we have a broad agenda, and in the few minutes that I have left, I want to talk to you about what those things are. We are people-centered. We are community-centered. And what do we want to do? One of the first things this administration will do if elected on January 20 is, well, my leader says that she is respective of the will of the people. If it is the will of the people, and when we are coming back into office on the 20th Centomia, we will implement community tourism villages that bring tourism off of the coastlines only and into the communities of Barbados. Now, every night on the weekends, my mother has this show that she likes to watch, My Community Barbados. She loves it. And every time she makes me watch it with her, I get overwhelmed, because it tells the story of who we are and where we came from. I love that story, and I am a Bajan. I want to share that story with visitors coming to Barbados. So every village in this country will be mapped under a Barbados Labour Party administration to have community tourism villages. Now, how do we break that down? Vending opportunities for kiosks to be established and fractional ownership so that owners of businesses can be owners of more than just their businesses, but they have partnerships. We have been looking at making sure that we beautify the areas around attractions in every community because, after all, Kadir, the Democratic Labour Party left the country in such a terrible state. All of the infrastructure was broken down. We now have to be able to invest in our communities and to be able to rebuild all of the infrastructure and public facilities in our communities so that Barbadians first and visitors second can enjoy the authentic experience that is our Barbados and our communities. A Barbados Labour Party administration will bring community tourism villages to your community after January 20th. We, as the Barbados Labour Party, also are very clear that we have to develop new industries. But first, we have to take care of people. So let me deal with the people component first. There are some things that are in this manifesto, and there are some things that are in our back pocket. You're going to hear more over time. So when you hear the Prime Minister talking about making sure that there is a new deal for workers, a new deal for workers in the tourism sector, when people work all night, sometimes they work a double shift. You have children? I have children. We know what it is sometimes as guardians, as parents, as aunts, as uncles, and as grandparents to work in a sector where you have to work a shift. All around the world, you have companies that have childcare facilities on the spot where you are able to go to work and be comfortable that your child is right there on the ground. We, as a Barbados Labour Party, intend to introduce a new deal for tourism workers to ensure that they are able to benefit from training, upskilling, and the provision of their most basic needs, support, and care for their children in their workplace where possible. And we intend to make sure that people feel as though they have a vested stake in this tourism industry. But the forward-looking agenda is a huge one, and I can't get into all of it tonight. But I want to raise one thing here tonight that you may not have seen. I've talked about the airlift. You have seen, in the absence of planes flying, what it is for the tourism sector to crash. You have seen that. But international transport is the other half of this existing ministry. Every Democratic Labour Party administration has gotten caught up in the receptions and the photo taking and traveling from here to there. We haven't had that. We have just had to get down to business. So what did we do? Those are showers of blessing. Showers of blessing. So let's get under the covers and we're going to continue doing our business. International transport has been neglected by every Democratic Labour Party administration, but it is a growth industry for the Barbados Labour Party. We commit that under a new administration, we will establish new jobs in aviation with a new aviation hub being established right here in Barbados. We are proud of who we are. We are proud of where we are located. We want to bring ships and planes right here to Barbados, and in so doing, we want to also create jobs in flight maintenance and operations, jobs in cargo, jobs in flight schools. We want to be able to offer all of that to Barbadians. Are you in that with the Barbados Labour Party? Can you see your young people coming out of the SJPI, out of the Barbados Community College, out of the University of the West Indies, and choosing a career and a pathway in aviation? Barbados must lead. Barbados must never be afraid to lead. Prime Minister Mia Amor Mottley says this all the time, and in aviation, we will lead. We also have a couple of key things that we want to share with you as well. Technology and youth are so important. I look across in front of me, I see so many young people. So many young, bright people who have a future and must have a future in this Barbados. And so we intend to have youth accelerators and youth innovators in the Ministry of Tourism. We already have 50 scholarships that have been donated by the World Tourism Organization for young people looking at careers in tourism. And the government of Barbados will invest in dedicated training for youth who are coming up with new, bright, innovative ideas to take the tourism sector forward. Because we don't think we have all the answers. I don't think that at the ministry level, all of us have all the answers. We don't. So we are committed to being able to benefit from a consultative government that listens to its people and takes ideas from our people. I also want to use the last remaining minutes that I have to share a few things with you. We have an opportunity here in this Barbados going forward to make some decisions for our people. Tourism is our major industry, but it is not our only industry. We are connected to agriculture, we are connected to services, we are connected to all of the business community, to retail, and we have to build an entire framework around our sector that gives farmers opportunities, that gives manufacturers opportunities, and the creative sector is intimately linked to the tourism sector. We want to have, and we will have, an event calendar for 52 weeks of the year. We will have inbuilt relationships with the creatives community, with all of our artists, because that too is part of the authenticity of who Barbados is. The last 22 months, we had no events. Barbados was in lockdown 3 different times. We did not have the kind of events that we would have wanted to. And these are people who are hurting now. They have been hurting for a long time. The government of Barbados is committed to connecting the tourism industry to the creative industry. That is a commitment that we give you, even as the rain comes down even harder. Showers of blessing. But these are the last thoughts that I want to leave with you. On the 19th of January, when you go to the polls, I want those persons who are listening to the sound of my voice and not necessarily Barbados Labour Party family in front of me alone to think about the government you want. The Democratic Labour Party clearly does not have any interest in being the government. They want to tell you to vote for an opposition. They want to tell you that they need opposition voices, but are they the voices that represent you? Are they your mirror image? Are the people who formed the last cabinet who are back running again representative of who we are as Bajans? They represent the voices you want to hear? Are they offering you anything new? Or are they offering you more of what they did in 2018 and the period between 2009 until then? Do we want them back? Are you sure, Barbados Labour Party? Do we want them back? They didn't give us anything then, and they can't give us anything now. So when we go to the polls on January 19th, we are voting not for an opposition. We are voting for a government that the world accepts must be led by the Mia Amor Mottley administration, because that is the administration that puts us on the map. That is the administration that has committed to transforming this country. That is the administration that has led with honor. That is the administration that has led with grace. That is the administration that focuses on minding our business, not on people. And we are the ones who have demonstrated we have a vision for a future of Barbados. So on the 19th of January, go to the polls, vote for the government you want. That is the government of the Barbados Labour Party, led by Mia Amor Mottley, and the slate of candidates under the Barbados Labour Party. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. Good night, Barbados. We will see you on the other side on January 20th when we are elected as the next government of Barbados, the Republic of Barbados. Good night.
No more, we face all the odds before. We know going back is wasting time. Experience needed now. People, let us show you how. The journey now start, trust we will climb. What we want, what we need, what we have, BLP. Let's raise our hands together
You've heard it from Minister Lisa Cummings and the work that's being done in tourism. Moving on now, it is time for another campaign song. This one by a number of local collection of recording artists. Another campaign song.
We going with the BLP. We resting ready. Them we ready. Yeah, we going with the BLP. We resting ready. Them we ready.
People smiling again, feeling proud again, 'cause we rising.
We rising.
We shining again, good things happening again, 'cause we rising.
We rising.
So we must stand together, side by side with each other, on the right path where we want to be, for the sake of this sweet country. 'Cause we safe with the BLP,
And we are Amor Mottley.
We safe with the BLP.
a party full of experience, of confidence and competence,
We safe, we staying safe with the BLP.
so we can all feel proud with confidence. Say it loud in the face of adversity. We can and we will with the BLP, and we are Amor Mottley.
In times of storm, we build back stronger. When dark clouds cover, from ashes we rise together. And fighting the pandemic, you see, we can and we will with the BLP, Barbados Labour Party.
We safe with the BLP.
Surely the People's Party, the best party for our country,
We safe, we staying safe with the BLP.
so we can all feel proud with confidence. Say it loud in the face of adversity. We can and we will.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in St. George North.
Oh Lord.
This is a bastion of the BLP support. And obviously, the next person I'm going to invite to address you is the current representative for St. George North. Before I bring her on, however, they've been speaking about her on the platforms of the DLP. We are hearing that she is a traitor to the cause of the union and that she's a sellout because she, as General Secretary of the Barbados Workers' Union, chose to run with the Barbados Labour Party. But you know, there was a time in the history of this country when we had the three top trade unionists in the Barbados Workers' Union running and winning elect seats in 1986. Evelyn Graves, Leroy Trotman, Bobby Morris, the three top people in the Barbados Workers' Union were on platforms and representing the Democratic Labour Party. They were not traitors then. The hypocrisy. But we come now in 2020, and a young lady, a competent one, in the same position, seeks to represent a political party, and she's to be decried and described as being opportunistic. When I was Minister of Health, the General Secretary then of the NUPW, when we were moving the hospital to a board, every day, every week was an issue. And then when the government changed, he became an ambassador to the United Nations. And they can talk and have the temerity to talk about the BLP interfering in unions. They know all about interfering in unions. They have the record to show. So that is nonsense, and you must cough at it when you hear it and dismiss it. Toni Moore, I welcome you to the platform. Come forth and let us hear you and the good people in St. George North. Toni Moore.
We want more, plenty more. And Toni gonna give us for sure. We want more, plenty more. And Toni gonna give us for sure. We want more quality, more integrity, more ability. Floyd cannot do that for we. We want more, plenty more. And Toni gon' give us for sure. So we voting for Toni, we voting for Toni, we voting for Toni. And the BLP, we voting for Toni, we voting for Toni, we voting for Toni. And the BLP, we want more, plenty more. And Toni gon' give us for sure. We want more, plenty more. And Toni gon' give us for sure. We want more quality, more integrity, more ability. Do that for we. We want more, plenty more. And Toni gon' give us for sure. So we voting for Toni, we voting for Toni, we want more, plenty more. And Toni gon' give us for sure. We want more, plenty more. And Toni gon' give us for sure. We want more quality, more integrity, more ability. Floyd cannot do that for we. We want more, plenty more.
Good night, St. George North family. Good night, Barbados Workers Union family. Good night, BLP family.
Oh Lord.
Good night, Barbados. Now, after all of this hype, got me under pressure because it raising expectations. But I want to start tonight by saying to you, and that's not to kill the mood, so don't kill the hype. But today was a very difficult day for me. Today's the first day since my father died on the 21st of December that I really cried and started to miss my daddy. And it was because this morning, as I was getting ready to leave the house for church, I got this sad news that another big player in my life had faded from this earth. One that every night I got on the platform during my by-election would be, oh no, he would be sending me WhatsApp messages that I can't read till afterwards. And I would get the opportunity for us to dissect what I said on the platform afterwards with him. So tonight, I'm starting where I felt, by telling you how I felt today, a little bit lost. Because it's like two rocks in your life, not the only ones, but two pillars of support, definitely missing. As I sat in Newbury Church this morning, I couldn't help but feel that loss for the first time in a real way. Because just about 16 months prior, my father was in a delegation with me at that same church, sitting behind me to my right. And I felt alone for a little bit. But then that caused me to reflect on the reason why I do this. It isn't about the support, although that support has been very present and necessary in making me the person that I am standing before you here tonight. It isn't because I believe that this journey for me is one that I take for myself. Mine has always been a life of service. I grew up understanding what service is. I had an example of service, and it is in part in his honor, in the honor of the late Reverend Lord Moore, that I am the person I am, standing before you, offering myself, not only to the good people of St. George North, but to the country, Barbados, that I love so much. I am my father's daughter. That's one of the reasons that I'm doing this. But I well remember on the 26th of April, 2014, 3 months after my predecessor in the union, Sir Roy Trotman, had identified and named me publicly as the successor, the person that he was going to throw his support behind for General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union. I also remember the Thursday, the second Thursday in January, when he didn't tell me before, but he indicated to me in the morning, about an hour and a half before he was going to do it, that he was going to go public. He had arranged a press conference to announce that he was throwing his support behind me. And I could remember telling him, but you can't do this to me. We ain't discussed this fully. I don't know if I'm ready yet. I still on my knees about this. And his response to me was, when you get off your knees, I hope that God telling you the same thing he tell me. Because I'm going public with this today. And it wasn't until 3 months after that, just over 3 months after that, one night, I had a young daughter, and this is where my reservation was. Not that I didn't want to serve. I told you I grew up on service. Understanding what service is, understanding what selflessness is, being often sometimes concerned as I looked at my father and see all the dimensions of his work and how he put himself aside so often for people, put his family aside also for people. But it wasn't until 3 months after is the night, perhaps one of the most difficult nights with a young daughter who was very, very restless. And when I finally got her to sleep and I was looking at her and reflecting on so many things, not to mention very tired, that it came to me very strongly, she was one of the reasons that I had to do this. And when I looked at that young child, just over a year old, it wasn't positioning myself to do it for her, but it was what she represented. A product of mine, who in turn is a product of the working class. Both grandparents, my grandmother on my maternal side, my grandfather on my paternal side, being sugarcane workers, factory workers. Not factory, agricultural workers. And that I can stand as a symbol for her and for other children like her. A symbol, a person to which you would aspire, not because I have amassed great amounts of wealth, but because I have dedicated my life to bring change and meaningful change to working class people like myself. The reason I do this. And then over time, I remember well that he tried to get me involved in politics for long. At one point in time, he thought he would have succeeded Lindsay Bolden, the late Lindsay Bolden. And with that in mind, what he did is he tried to push me because he saw in me a lot of him. And he felt, therefore, that I could do this. But I fought it. And then our political leader, for a long time, trying to get my interest in the political arena, and I continue to fight it. Sir Roy Trotman trying to tell me that I was an anomaly. This is my predecessor referring to me as an anomaly. You cannot be the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union and not go further into representation by being involved in partisan politics. Because he recognized that that was an avenue through which the mission of the Barbados Workers Union to improve the well-being of all could be recognized. And that is why when in 2020, I was approached by the political leader, perhaps for the third time or so, to join the ranks of the Barbados Labour Party as a leader in that party because I am representing the masses of working class people who need to have their voices heard, not merely within the folds of an organization like ours, not merely standing on the outside where we are just protesting when things aren't going well. But just like all the others who had gone before me, the Right Excellent Sir Hugh Springer, the Right Excellent Sir Frank Walcott, and my immediate predecessor, Sir Roy Trotman, that I could walk like these men with a party that understands the importance of working class people, with a party that understands the importance of labor to this country's development, and that I could return home or take the Barbados Workers Union back home to where it started, within the ranks of the Barbados Labour Party as the economic arm of the Barbados Labour Party. And if in the 7 years, almost 8 years, of my journey as General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union, that is the only wrong or the gravest sin I've committed, I stand here unapologetically before you to say that I think it is my considered opinion that that sin, as deemed by others, is one of the greatest things that I could have offered working people of Barbados. The reason why I do this, on the 1st of April, yes, the 1st of April 2004, is when I started my journey with the Barbados Workers Union, an organization whose mission is improving the well-being for all. And always here is the point at which I draw attention to this party's manifesto. A manifesto that highlights and reiterates and reinforces for me, and hopefully for all of us, the reason why I do this. The core values of transformation that are outlined in this manifesto, and I want you to listen carefully. Remember, I'm telling you that the mission of the Barbados Workers Union is a mission that puts people at the center, that aims to improve the well-being not only of some, not of any minority, but for all working class people and their families. So the core values of transformation on page 6 of the manifesto. 1, people-centered leadership matters. Y'all get that? Leadership must be about people first. The reason why I do this, the reason why I sacrifice as a young mother, I expose myself to political life, to the kinds of criticisms and slurs that have met me over this journey. The reason why I subject to that is because I understand and I've committed to living a life of service for people, but not just for any kind of people. Committed to a life of service to enfranchise those who are most vulnerable among us. The reason why I do this, core value number 2, government must deliver for some. Government must deliver for many. But because government must deliver for all. And if I stand before you reiterating or reminding you that the Barbados Workers Union is about improving the well-being for all working people and their families, that's an organization that is committed to delivering for all. Some people don't like to regard themselves as working class because they had a grandmother that worked in the fields. But look look around us in Barbados, how many of us can truly say that we are not of the working class and that we're not products of the sacrifices of the working class? The reason why I do this, number 3, because pride and industry must come through active citizenship. It means that you don't need people in a government making determinations for you as if you, the citizens, have no say. Pride and industry through active citizenship recognizes the importance of people having a say in shaping their own destinies. And all of us, and I'm not only talking to the Barbados Labour Party family, but I'm speaking more widely to citizens of Barbados. Tell me whenever there was a time when engagement with you, the people, has been more than it has been over the past 3.5 years. We understand the criticisms when they come. People not getting enough, because when you're accustomed to getting enough of something, you believe that in every instance you got to get enough. But stand truly, examine for yourselves. Can any of us truly say that there was ever a time in our history of independence where we have received more discourse and engagement at the sectoral level, at the national level, at the individual level, at the group level than we have for the past 3.5 years? The reason why I do this, because Bajan ownership matters. In a short while, I will tell you the story about UCAL, and you would understand a little more clearly why that is so fundamentally important to the Barbados Workers Union, and why that is a core reason that I've committed to doing this. And the 5th core value, innovation must drive opportunity. At a time when COVID-19 has changed the landscape of much of the way we see things and much of the way we operate for good, innovation is required to drive opportunity. Innovation is required to drive the transformative processes that will take us into the future. And that innovation must drive opportunity that is people-centered. Therefore, the reason why I do this, the opportunity to be a symbol of the working class, the opportunity to remind the Barbados Workers Union family where our roots, where our navel string was buried. The opportunity to, at another level, work towards improving the lot of working people and their families is very much the reason why I did this. The reason why I do this is because I was raised to understand that selflessness must be the motivation that governs the way we see people and the way we function. So it still confuses me, and our General Secretary and Chairman for tonight was able to express, not as eloquently as Saroy expressed it by referring to me as an anomaly, but was able to draw the connection between the BWU and the work of governance in this country over time. And I don't want to dwell on that tonight, but I want to ask you to answer for yourselves in a very conscious way. I'm not going to get into all the arguments of whether the criticism over time has come because I am female, because I don't wear shirt jacks, or because when I put on pants, my pants seem to come with a few curves. I am not asking us to get into those kinds of arguments. But I want to ask us if at a time where we are accepting that we are thrown into the throes of transformation, if there ever was a better time than now for Labour to work with a party that says it is people-centered. The reason why I do this, therefore, as expressed very clearly in our manifesto, is because a new social contract is required for our recovery, and a new social contract is required for our resilience. Rewriting the rules. COVID-19 has caused us to rewrite the rules, and owning our future therefore means that we cannot fail working people. Owning our future means that we cannot fail young people like the ones who are supporting me. Owning our future means that we cannot fail our young mothers. Owning our future requires us to guarantee a universal labor floor that endures. And what is that? When you talk about a universal labor guarantee, Toni, what are you talking about? I'm talking that owning our future requires us to have a future where rights are respected. We look over many countries and we see so many different groups emerging, fighting for rights. In 2020, perhaps the most telling sign in the United States was the rise of the Black Power movement in a new way, Black Lives Matter. But here in Barbados, we have some that believe or would have us believe or would wish to have us believe that rights are only achieved for people when you can stand up and keep the most noise, when you can stand at the fringes because you're so afraid to make mistakes, when you can stand on the fringes and keep a lot of noise because you know sometimes that with making decisions, the decision-making burden is so heavy and pressing upon you. But it will have you believe that it is impossible, therefore, to sit on the inside of decision-making and steer decision-making in the right direction. That doesn't fluster me. It doesn't cause me in any way to run scared. But the leadership that I have brought to the Barbados Workers Union and the leadership that I bring into the Barbados Labour Party is one that recognizes that decision-making is not an easy journey. Sometimes it's rough. Sometimes it causes you to even uproot and hurt the very people that you're working for as you work towards deriving the right kinds of solutions in their interests. Rights must be respected. And it is for that reason. Now, I told you, I would have mentioned that the Barbados Workers Union is into its 80th year. And do you imagine that for 80 years, and since 1966, since the time of our independence, we have been fighting for trade union recognition? That should come as a surprise for us. In 2022, as I stand here before you on January the 9th, the trade unions still don't have formalized trade union processes, so that when a union wants to get involved to represent working class people, there's no clear automatic way of determining how that recognition is going to go. Rights matter. And in this Barbados Labour Party, the Barbados Workers Union is proud that in a matter of months, we would finally be rolling out a trade union recognition bill. A bill that will bring security to workers who want to join a trade union and for whom at this time, joining that trade union could be iffy sometimes because that's the very time you lose your job when people see that you're trying to have representation. The reason why I do this, jobs with a decent minimum standard must be the order of the day across Barbados. You remember last year, January, when the government moved to pass the minimum wage bill? You remember how the private sector was saying, well, vulnerable people deserve more money. But now is not the time. Now is not the time because of COVID. Even there were some others that you would expect should be closer to the House of Labor that was saying it's a good thing, but now is not the time. And I'm proud tonight to be part of a team that understands that it is never the wrong time to do the right thing. And so the passage of the minimum wage bill, people were saying that their businesses can go under. But you heard Senator Cummins, you heard Lisa, who has the portfolio responsible for tourism, and tourism being the backrock or the bedrock of this country, coming back on stream. So many other businesses will be the beneficiaries, and that minimum wage is there to bolster vulnerable workers, low-wage earners, and propel them into ownership. Social protection must be universal. The drivers of transformation on page 15, I want to get to that. And I'm seeing my time, and I can beg for 5 more minutes because some things I need to tell you what Labour is doing on the inside of this party is important. We're talking about Barbadian health and wellness. In the manifesto, you will see that there is provision for access to health insurance. Transforming Barbadian health and wellness by promoting greater access to medical insurance coverage. How many low-income workers in Barbados right now can access medical insurance? Medical insurance is one of the most expensive things to access, yet COVID has taught us in the last 2 years how important it is to be able to afford medical insurance. How many lives are swept out from among us because poor people simply cannot afford the wherewithal to have health needs addressed for themselves and their family? This Barbados Labour Party is interested in working class people and their families. So a commitment has been made not only to addressing the health insurance issues for people who can currently afford health insurance, but addressing it for people who now can't access it. So that you, the security guard, so that the general worker, the gas station attendant, the domestic worker would not have to suffer because they simply can't afford it. Bajan ownership matters. There's a lot that I can say. But the final thing I really want to raise with us relates to UCAL. The chairman of this meeting would well remember, and our party general secretary will well remember in 1994, when the then Barbados Labour Party government made good commitment to workers of Barbados through the Barbados Workers Union to set up an ownership program under the United Commercial Auto Workers Limited. Good ideas to bring enfranchisement to working people. But regrettably, for the last 28 years almost, UCAL has not been allowed to thrive. UCAL has not been able to thrive because successive governments did not see the need to really work with UCAL to make it flourish in the way that it was supposed to. I am proud to stand here tonight that in this manifesto, as expressed very clearly, workers of UCAL will have the opportunity to really achieve the objective that we set so long ago, where the government has committed to vesting all of the equipment. I want you to listen to this, all of the equipment in the public sector to UCAL to allow them the wherewithal that they can then manage this investment and be able to sustain the company, and that workers in that company will be able to get the shares that they couldn't get for all the rest of the time, and that all of us, or those of you, because they didn't invest, who invested in UCAL at the time can be beneficiaries, because this government recognizes that ownership matters. I want you, finally, to recognize that the Barbados Workers Union's role in the Barbados Labour Party will not mean that automatically with a snap of the finger or with a wave of the wand, that everything will automatically change. We have heard the cries of many, for instance, of many contract workers in government. And it's a sensitive issue, and I don't have any fear raising it, because you must understand that the journey and decision-making does not only mean that, or does not automatically mean that immediately everything will be fixed. But this government, recognizing that there were so many people out of jobs, committed well committed well to ensuring that they employed a number of people. They employed people in the 360 teams, now 720 teams. They employed people at the MTW and the ASH programs and so on. And all of these programs were intended to be short-lived programs. And all of us know that when you bring on short-term temporary workers, that the obligations don't sit in the same way. But because of COVID, and because over time, people were seeing the need to have workers stay on even longer, this government then found itself in a position where they had to respond to another reality, the reality of correcting the NIS payments and so on. Has it been perfect? Has it all been fixed? But it's gradually getting there. And I'm glad and proud tonight to be the voice of labor sitting on the inside, working with a team that has a social consciousness, that is committed to being people-centered, that is committed to improving the lot of working people and their families, that is committed to you, that is committed to the young mother who cannot access diapers and so for her children. A government that is committed to drilling down and drawing deep and pulling from deep to make sure it addresses the concerns of all of us. Tonight, I am urging you, as you go out on the 19th of January, and as you place your X next to who you want to support, and I've been saying this in spot meetings, I want us all to understand that we are not voting for our sitting MPs alone. Our vote in the election on January 19th is very much a vote for ourselves, for our children, for our futures. So as you go out on January 19th, for St. George North, you'll be voting for more. For the rest of us, we'll be voting for more with the Barbados Labour Party. Thank you, good night, and God bless.
The rest of them ain't ready, and that ain't too good for we. But me and BLP, the future for this country. So January 19th, I vote in BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. The Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Toni Moore, who we know will be returned to represent St. George North, will be the representative for St. George North after the next election. I'm now going to introduce another campaign song by a young man called Jaguar.
We voted for Mia Amor Mottley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party.
Oh, Lord.
Active, the BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Mia Amor Mottley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that world others do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, Auntie Mia got the place active. Activate with the BLP, we gonna be safe out here. Look, active. Auntie Mia got the place active. Activate with the BLP, we gonna be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look, active. Auntie Mia got the place active. Activate with the BLP, we gonna be safe out here. Look, active. Auntie Mia got the place active. Activate with the BLP, we gonna be safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now go to St. James Central.
Oh, Lord.
We are upping the tempo. We're getting down to brass tacks. We have a bunch of people parading that night. Parading at night, being apparently headless. Who is the leader? We heard people speaking when they launched their campaign in Checker Hall, and not a single person speaking at that meeting for the Democratic Labour Party referred to Verla de Pisa as the leader. The errant young lady who is representing St. George, who wants to run in St. George South, referred to her as her president. And everything she said, when she compared her to a dog and everything else, she said it was her president. Because she did. She said she compared her to a dog. When you drive through Barbados, you cannot see a single photo or poster of Verla de Pisa anywhere in Barbados apart from St. Lucie. Now, what kind of leader could she hope to be? But we have Eswick speaking about his economic plan for Barbados, and that we are implementing it, but not properly. But that is a sign of madness, and we know that sort of behavior. We have Mr. Richard Seeley parading as a leader. And this poor lady is claiming that she is the leader of the party. But in St. James Central, we have an individual reminding you of Macbeth, who is running against Kerrie Symmonds for the DLP. He ran for Solutions in the last election. He joined Joe Atherley after the last elections. Now he is with the DLP and is running in St. James Central. All during July and August, he was canvassing for Guy Hewitt. Now he is on the Verla, and he sees himself as a candidate. What do you think you should do with a character like that? I can't hear you. What do you think Kerrie Symmonds is going to do with him? He doesn't stand for anything. I can think of 2 words to describe him. One is male. The other one ends with the word chew and begins with a P. Kerrie Symmonds, come on out.
Don't bother to ask me why you're smiling and always feel like styling. Right next to Kerrie Symmonds is where you will find me. And the posse doing Dixie. His plans, they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through, so this is what we do. This is what we do. Rolling with Kerrie Symmonds. This is what we do. Voting for Kerrie Symmonds. This is what we do. Rolling with Kerrie Symmonds. If we want to get through, this is what we do. Don't bother to ask me why you're smiling and always feel like styling. Right next to Kerrie Symmonds is where you will find me. And the posse doing Dixie. His plans, they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through, so this is what we do. This is what we do. Rolling with Kerrie Symmonds. This is what we do. Voting for Kerrie Symmonds. This is what we do. Rolling with Kerrie Symmonds.
If we want to get through, this is what we do.
Oh Lord!
Good night, Labour Party family. Good night, Barbados. Let us get down to business. Settle, crowd of people. 3 years ago, 3.5, you gave to the Barbados Labour Party an overwhelming mandate. From the parapets of Paragon to the precipices of Pico Tenerife in St. Lucie, you voted across this nation to entrust this political process into the hands of Mia Mottley and her team. And unlike those people who walk about and parade themselves tonight with larceny in their heart, and unlike
Unlike, but that's true. Want to tell a lie? In fact, one of them lock up somewhere now.
Oh, Lord!
And unlike the perpetrators of rascality, we understood. We were very clear, we understood. As they say in the book of Luke, to those to whom much is given, from those to whom much is given, much is expected. And we cherished the mandate that was given to us. And I believe that it is fair to say, without any form of dispute, that across Barbados, people believe that the Barbados Labour Party team sought to discharge their duty and responsibility of governance to the best of ability. And I want to say to you tonight that this document that comes out, this document is the roadmap now for the next phase. And you know, there were some things that we had to do. And even though, for example, we had to manage and pay down the monstrous national debt. And don't mind what David Eswick will tell you. And let me pause there, because David Eswick perhaps needs to be reminded that it is often better to shut your mouth and let people think you're a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt whatsoever.
Oh, Lord!
Jerome, bring a little water there. And it will get hot up here. And David Eswick, tell you all behave. You want to behave bad tonight. We're not doing that. We're not going to do that. And I'm really grateful to Mia Mottley. Because you know, one of the good things about the leader of this land is that she leaves nothing to chance. It is almost as though she anticipated that David Eswick would be so politically misguided as to suggest that we achieved nothing with the debt, which is what he went up in Checkall St. Lucie and did. Now, I want to tell you that when you get this document, you're going to go straight to page 5 here, and you're going to see here, reducing government debt arrears despite COVID. And in 2018, when we came to office, they say power, but we come to office to serve. $16.6 billion as was the national debt. And at the time that this country would have closed down for COVID, it was $12.7 billion. Tonight, as I speak to you, the debt is at $13.1 billion. Yes, we had to borrow, but every country on planet Earth has had to borrow in order to navigate themselves through the debt, the COVID assault that that country faced. Every single one. And if you want to look around what happened in the rest of the world, United Kingdom borrowed trillions of dollars. So we can dismiss David Eswick and let us deal with some of the other substantive things, because the fact of the matter is, my friends, it isn't beyond the debt. Beyond the debt, we had also to manage. We had also to manage the issue of the travel advisories that were stopping tourists from coming to this place. Great Britain had issued one. I hear Richard Seeley on the platform. It is as though he has forgotten. He has forgotten his Peter Pan moment, running about on the beach, pulling up the warning signs, pulling up the red flags, cautioning people. Great Britain issued a travel advisory against us. United States of America issued one against us. Canada issued one. Germany issued one. And within 3 or 4 months, all of them had been removed. You know why? Because we had cleaned up that which they failed to do. They forget these things. And they know only about the big ticket items. The small people. Those people who are getting non-contributory pension, that were getting a paltry $300 when the month come. And Mia Mottley, bless her heart, even David Eswick say it cannot be done. And Chris Sinclair say it cannot be done. But tonight it has been done. And they're getting about $450 when the month come. They say it would break Barbados. Barbados has not been broken. And ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the next phase. And the next phase really is something that excites me. I read this manifesto and became titillated. It reads like a love story. It reads like a love story. The love held by a woman called Mia Mottley for you, the people of Barbados. And I want to share it with you, but I don't know if I can share all. Maybe I know if I share some, because I believe that if I tell you some of the sweetness in here, the love she feels in her breast for you, you will become very angry with Verla de Pisa. And I don't want you to be angry with her. I just want you to vote her out.
Oh, Lord.
Can I risk sharing it with you? I can't hear you. Can I risk sharing it with you? And do you promise not to be angry with Verla de Pisa? I want to tell you, there is a commitment given to create something called a new small home income generating facility trust. A lot of language. You can call it the SHIFT program, S-H-I-F-T. And it will turn 50,000 small homes into income generating houses, giving those who would never otherwise be able to take advantage of renewable energy the opportunity to do so. Everybody here who got a house that value under $400,000, put up your hand. Please. Under $400,000, I say, under. And if you live in a place that is under $400,000, you are now in a situation where we come to you with a package created by negotiating with the credit union movement in order to say to you, we are going to help you obtain the solar photovoltaics to put onto your roof so that you can now be in a position where you no longer pay a bill to the Barbados Light and Power and are subjected to the fluctuations of current, fluctuations of oil prices. If a noise broke out in the Persian Gulf that had nothing to do with us in Barbados, your light bill must go up because you're importing the fossil fuel, but that the sunshine in the land of your birth will generate electricity on the roof of your house, and you are in a position to sell the excess electricity generated home at you into the national grid for the rest of the country to buy, and your house starts to earn money for you. Does that make sense to you? There is no other place in the Eastern Caribbean. There is no other country in the Eastern Caribbean that is offering this type of approach of development. But let me tell you a little something about energy and renewable energy. Many in the world are taking this journey. But it's hard to find any who are making sure that nobody is left behind. And what Mia Mottley is saying to you is that this is now a politics of inclusivity, where you have a right of ownership, and the ownership in the energy generated from your house is an income-bearing right, an income-bearing benefit. And what has happened elsewhere? In other parts of the world, the people who are wealthy, the people who got deep, deep pockets, there's who buy up the renewable energy opportunities. The poor people, the lower middle class people, they don't get a break. It is a technological divide. They are left behind. A gulf is created in the community. There are some who, because they're well-heeled and better off, will enjoy a better standard of living. And those who are not so fortunate are left behind. Not so with this Barbados Labour Party. Not so. And just as before, Mia Mottley was at the center, along with Owen Arthur, of a revolution that the Dems throw away, as they always do, called EduTech. She was the Minister of Education who introduced EduTech, and Owen was the Prime Minister. And the Dems come in and said they didn't want nothing to do with that, and furthermore, they wanted to prosecute her on the floor of Parliament and vote no confidence motion and all kind of thing. But ladies and gentlemen, this lady has been consistent with the philosophy. And the philosophy which is offered to you tonight is that your houses, if you are working class, if you're lower middle income, your houses are now being transformed into revenue generating opportunities. That is a gift of love from a leader who cares. Not one like Verla de Pisa who talks about caring. Not a make-believe one like David Eswick who seeks to undermine Verla de Pisa so he can get his hands on power. But a leader who understands what it is to take a whole community along in a transformational process. And part of what we have to deal with tonight is the distinction that we draw between this type of politics and what the Democratic Labour Party is engaging itself in. Even as I speak to you down there in Haggett Hall, David Eswick lusting to get his hand on office, to do what God only knows. And I caution those of you who may feel that there's a time to gamble and drop your hand in the lucky dip called the Democratic Labour Party. Because you may drop in your hand and feel you can pull out of the pizza, look sharp, you get bite by a pit bull.
Oh Lord!
I say to you that ownership matters. And this manifesto is dedicated to the demonstration that ownership matters for this country as far as this party is concerned. And so part of that which she gives to you by way of commitment tonight is a commitment that special rent-to-own programs for low-income families will be created in order to escape perpetual renting. And in every constituency around Barbados, man, in every one of them, you all know it because you live it, you see it day by day, month by month. There are people who have been renting and renting and renting. They never have a piece of paper called a title deed that they can call their own. From the time they start 21 years old to work to the time they retire. And what is worse, which we have to fix, because I am very painfully aware that we could not create perfection in 3.5 short years. And there's no way that any of us that you elected could have been able to create a country which is pristine and perfect in 3.5 years. But what did we do? We confronted the challenges and we will fix the challenges. All can be done one time. There will be roads that have not yet been fixed, but they can get fixed. There are problems in the National Housing Corporation that have to be fixed. One of them is the fact that there are people, including some in my constituency, who have been trying to get a piece of land or a house from the National Housing Corporation, not for 5 years, not for 10 years, not for 20, darling, not for 25, for 30 and more. It's a fact. It is I know you know it's a fact. No, that does not. And this is why we got to lift this thing above parties and politics, because that goes to systemic failure, that the system has started to fail. And we have to confront that and fix that because we are sensitive to it. But as we go forward, one of the things we do to fix it is to intervene as only the state can intervene under caring, guiding hands, to say that there will have to be a special program so that people who are renting can rent to own as part of the transformation for the future. I know you love it. I told you you will fall in love. It reads like a love story. Ryan O'Neill is no longer, it is Mia Amor. Huh? And they go further. We will support property ownership for the first-time homeowners under 35 years old with a first home grant of $3,000. And the first-time homeowners who are under 35 can apply the grant to any related expense, including a down payment on the land, a down payment on the house, contribution to the mortgage, or to legal fees. And so all of you who are young, under 35, and trying to get your own first piece of the rock, the government is not only saying that they're going to try to put arrangements in place for you to get the piece of the rock, but they're going to put little money in your hand to carry you on that journey too. Never before in the history of this country has there been a leader prepared to do that and to commit to it. I want to read more. I fear that if I tell you about ownership of a voice in this country, that you will grow to scorn Verla de Pisa. Should I risk that? You promise you won't scorn her? You're going to vote her out, though. Good. But she never in there, that's true. The commitment is that we will implement major initiatives of the Thorne Commission for Local Governance. Now, that's just a fancy way of saying that Ralph Thorne sat down for 2 years or more and worked with David Cummins and a number of other people in order to create a body of proposals that have come to the Cabinet of Barbados. And the Cabinet has in principle signed off on. One of them is to create an elected People's Assembly in this country. Not the foolishness, the namby-pamby foolishness that Fronders Short, where's the head there, and the other crowd were creating. That you would have now a third, I want you to understand this, it is to create a third tier of governance. Under the new Republican Constitution, therefore, you will now not just be talking about a parliament and a senate, but a third tier, which is your elected People's Assembly, where you have a voice, where you, not me, not Marsha Caddle, not Jeffrey Bostick, but you are elected to represent the area where you live at a level where you are making input into where street lights should go, into what roads should be fixed, where you have access and you can determine that the people in the community, let me speak to my constituency, forgive me please, Barbados, Hoyts Village, you will now be in a position to know that the keys to that pavilion, Bagatelle, you will be in a position to know that the keys to the Bagatelle Pavilion are to be held by the community for the benefit of the community, whether it is 12 o'clock in the midday or 4 in the evening, whether it is a Sunday night or whether it is a Monday morning. That you own and you can shape and function according to whatever developmental interests you have. You can shape and function that developmental, shape and guide that developmental interest. Implement it, man, as long as you want, in the way you want, because it is for you to operate. We're giving you that voice. This is what we talk about, ownership of voice. But we ain't done there, you know. It reads like a love story, I tell you, because for the first time ever, we are giving you the right to receive information about what happens in government. Full disclosure. It is called a Freedom of Information piece of legislation. And what does that mean? Fancy language. Dennis Law. It means that a man who happens to be driving a BMW when he is a minister, that somebody gave him to drive, that the people of Barbados, Mr. Law, will be able to say, I want to know, or we want to know, how many contracts from the ministry that you have are going to the man's company, the man who gave you the BMW to drive, and at what value. Dennis Law, do you have an appetite for this new kind of politics? Richard Seeley, do you have an appetite for a type of politics which says that the people of Barbados are entitled to call for the report shoved in a drawer that says that 3% of the work at the Bridgetown port goes to poor black working class taxi drivers while 90% goes elsewhere? Consolidation of wealth elsewhere. Mr. Seeley, do you have a belly? Well, I know you have a belly, but do you have a belly for that type of politics? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Barbados that we are creating for you by giving you an ownership to information. And don't take it lightly, because again, you can't find this many other places in the Caribbean. We are going where others dared not go before. And I want particularly to take you to page 11 of this manifesto, where we talk about the cost of living and the way we can transform Barbadian community and family life by creating affordability for Barbadians. And ladies and gentlemen, the Barbados Labour Party intends to hold freight costs at 2019 levels for the calculation. Let me explain this to you. Right now, if you were importing something into Barbados from Asia, right now, well, what do you want me to do? You want me to pause? Well, I can't stand. I see sign there telling me that I want to show something, but I can't stop talking for you to show something. I will have no more time. But I was saying, if you are importing something from Asia, because we all hear the complaints about the cost of living, and we all know and feel it. Why go in the supermarket and I put my hand in my pocket and say, whoa, this is difficult. But we got to do something about it. You can't just all talk. There's not a single idea coming out of the Democratic Labour Party. The Barbados Labour Party and Mia Amor Mottley is saying to you, the cost of the containers coming out of Asia have trebled and in some cases quadrupled between the last 2 years and now. I am asked to pause. I can pause for a worthy cause. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. Do your thing.
Oh Lord!
I am hoping that they will give me back my 24 seconds of time. I don't know why this party wants to show David Eswick at his very best. I was saying to you, man, when you can't behave so, you cannot behave that way, settle down. I was saying to you that containers coming out of Asia are now 4 times more expensive to source than there were 2 years ago. And that's a major component of why your cost of living has gone up. So if you want to bring in something, an empty container, first of all, is 4 times more expensive. And why is that? You're going to understand it. COVID has caused problems on all the port docks across the world. So you got a container that was set down on a dock in the United Kingdom for 3 weeks because the lorry driver, the forklift driver, the port security, the customs, all of them home with COVID. Containers frozen in place. But if the container can't get back to China, there's a demand for it. There's a shortage of supply. And every time you got a shortage of supply and an increased demand, the cost going up. Because that simple container becomes a precious commodity. You following me? And the containers have gone up. 3 years ago, a 20-foot container was $3,000. Today, a 20-foot container is $15,000. And you put nothing in it yet. So you understand now when you go in the supermarket, and them got to put on their markup too. But when you get in the supermarket, the thing is already 3 times and 4 times more expensive than it used to be. And we said we got to deal with that. And so the Minister of Finance, bless her heart again, is saying she would dial back the prices so that it go back to where it was in 2019. Is that a good thing? Is it in the interest of the people? Is it a caring proposition? God bless her. And we ain't done there. We are saying to you that we will remove VAT on some fundamentals that everybody who got a heart know you can't do without. You can't. We got to take off the VAT off of diapers though. Not just the baby diapers, but the diapers for the old people and continent as well. You agree with that? And we got to take off the VAT off of the multivitamins because in this particular climate, you got to stay healthy. You agree with that? And we have to take off the VAT or for the antiperspirants, so that you put on your roll on and smell good. Otherwise, a fella can't make a proposition. Huh? And these are the things that we want to deal with. And of course, again, the minerals and so on, because again, we have to think in terms of the health. But I ain't done there. I talked to you about the 50,000 lower income houses we've identified. But you just can't do it so. You have to be in a position where you have training of people to do the necessary work. And what Mia Mottley said in her love letter to you, what she said, she's committing to going Redmond Village. She's committing to going Fitz Village. She's committed to go all through Paynes Bay and take some of the young men and to bring them into an 8 to 12-week program for the training of carpenters, the training of masons, the training of tailors, and other artisans. And why do we do this? We do this in order to perform the jobs required as we talk about doing the transformative construction work across this country. Because in addition to all that 50,000 houses that are already in existence that have to be retrofitted to give you energy independence, Mia Mottley want to put 10,000 new houses on the ground in Barbados during the course of the next 5 years. Do you understand what I just tell you? 10,000 new houses. And so therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I am standing before you to tell you that I want you to go back in your mind as far back as memory can go and tell me which other party leader, which other prime minister of Barbados has been so bold, has been so dedicated as to create an environment which is completely dedicated to the growth and development of your opportunities for ownership of homes in this country. Tell me one. There's none. There is none. And we go on. I tell you, it reads like a love letter. I feel that I should also say to you, and you will forgive me, but part of what we have to do is to also recognize that there is a commitment to create a green energy park. I want to speak a little bit about the importance of green energy. I'm with you. I want to speak a little bit about the importance of green energy. Because you know that mangrove landfill has been a pain to the people who live in St. Thomas. It is the host of all of the nation's garbage. But unless you live in Arch Hall, you don't understand the pain of having to smell the fumes. Unless you live in Seaview, you don't understand the pain of having to inhale the fumes. You don't understand the pain of having to deal with the asthma attacks. I have constituents who have shown me doctor bills because blood ran from the nose when the landfill was on fire. We are saying we put an end to all of that by creating a green energy park. And that green energy park will be a project which will carry the most sophisticated environmental safeguards. It will eliminate odors so that the current noxious fumes disappear. And in addition to that, it will remove the need for future landfills in Barbados. It gives us a chance then to cap landfills and to turn landfills that exist into a park, into a community facility. And I have said many times that part of what we have to do is to try to make sure that we use the available technologies in order to make sure that we can help the quality of life of people in this country to dramatically and drastically improve. The greening of the landfill, the greening of the green energy park creation is a substantial step in that direction. Its benefits are obviously that we will save foreign exchange. We will also be in a position where we take $13 million off of the Sanitation Service Authority. So the government no longer going to look to pay Sanitation Service Authority an extra $13 million every year. And as if that were not enough, my friends, we begin the process of doing recycling in a serious way in Barbados. That's the future Barbados that you have to live in. I want to say to you that in the next 5 years, all the cars in this country that running on gasoline must be in a position where they are electrified or they are fossil, they're running off of biogas. But that means that we now have to engage you, and you're not hearing this on the Democratic Labour Party platform or any of the other people. We got to engage you along with the Ministry of Finance on how we are going to do the transition, how we're going to do the changeover, so that the vehicle that you drive now can be usefully either converted to biofuel or that we arrange so that there can be a transition to an electric vehicle. We got to treat to a whole new wave of technology. Again, it means that your son, your daughter has job opportunities. Because if you are going to change out to the biofuels, you have to have people working. If you're going to have a whole range of vehicles in Barbados that are electric, you have to have mechanics and so on trained to service them. And then you have to have the charging stations all around the country that have to be maintained. And so those people who now are in a position where their hands are too idle can rest assured that if the Democratic Labour Party out of the way, we are in a position to employ you, to keep you going. That's what this election is about. That's what this manifesto is about. I have chosen to describe it to you as a love letter. And you have promised me that you will not become angry with her, but that you will get rid of her politically. And I want you to hold to that promise. I want you to hold to that promise because what we are offering you is a pathway to progress built on an understanding and a commitment that the future of Barbados must be a better one for yourselves and your children and your children's children. We are not offering you a platform of abuse of anybody, but we are offering you a platform that gives you an insight into what the future of your life is going to be like. I want you to go out in your numbers on the 19th of January. I want you to reinstate this administration with as much vigor as you can in every constituency, because this document that I hold here in my hand is second to none, other than the Bible, of course, second to none in terms of the way the future will look. Good night, and may God bless you all.
We safer with Mia. We safer with Mia.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. Bring me a Motley, we safer. Try put them nights, don't we go wait till later. When I hear my,
Right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia Amor. She's the best PM for we. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and...
Don't stand home and play that you vex. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP.
Them boys ain't ready. Them boys ain't ready yet.
I voted for BLP.
Them boys ain't ready yet.
Mia and the BLP.
Them boys ain't ready yet.
You've heard Kerrie Symmonds. And you also heard a dog and saw a dog barking. Now, we move on. She led us in developing the covenant of hope. She led us to a historical victory in May 2018. She led us through the tough negotiations with the IMF and the recognition and acceptance of BERT, Barbados Economic and Recovery and Transformation Program. She led us through the debt rescheduling. She led us to a situation in March 2020 when we saw economically light at the end of the tunnel. Then we were faced with COVID. She led the delegation down to Harrison's Point in the bush and commanded and instructed that it be rehabilitated and refurbished to be utilized for COVID-19 to protect our Queen Elizabeth Hospital. She led us throughout the entire process, even though she was ill and recuperating during the lockdown in 2020. She has been there with us. She has been leading us in December and January last year, 2020, when we had a surge. She was with us and up front after the volcanic ash and has recognized the importance of leading from up front. She was on the ground after Hurricane Elsa, showing compassion and commitment and showing a loving and caring for people of Barbados, as we said was going to happen, that Mia cared for Barbadians. And this has been exemplified in the last 3 years. She has led us in CARICOM admirably. As Minister of Foreign Affairs, I've been extremely proud to be on the global stage, to see her not only representing Barbados and CARICOM, but small island developing states. And she has been leading us admirably. There's no question in this. She led us into republic status and successfully. And she has led us into a general election. And you, the people of Barbados, will decide after 3.5 years of her decisive, committed, compassionate, the show of love and leadership and visionary leadership, who will lead you after January the 19th this year. And I'm telling you that when you reflect and ignore the idle ramblings and from the lunatics on the fringe, and indeed the persons of the BLP that come comparing her and speaking about her, they are not fit to walk in her shoes or anywhere near her. There's only one person that leads this party, and I'm sure that you will understand that come January the 19th, you will decide that there's only one answer and one solution and one leader to lead Barbados through this process of development and transformation. Mia Amor Mottley.
Mia and the BLP, who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. Election. Mia is the champion, say on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, so come. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP.
No, on your mark, get set, get ready now to put down the hex. January 19th, everything set. BLP live and direct. Everybody know. Trip, trip, trip to the polling station. Pick up the pencil tip, 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 tip. Put down the X with the BLP quick.
Mia, we safer with Mia. Boom. Right now she got 5-star lore. We voting Mia Amor. She's the best PM for we. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, say on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, so come. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. With Mia Mottley, we safer. My sweet Barbados, we greater. With Mia Mottley, we safer.
Family! Hey, hey, family! Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? We have 10 days to go. Tell me who is ready?
Call security! I'm gonna need security!
Tell me who is ready? Tell me who is ready? because I on fire tonight.
Oh Lord! Call security! I'm gonna need security!
This campaign is ready to take off. And we have come to you responsible, disciplined, and ready to carry you to the next level. Hey, 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 hey. And you know, I start tonight by thanking the candidates who came on this platform. From Ian, to Wilfred, to Marsha, to Lisa, to Toni, to Kerrie. But there are the others. Look at them. Each and every one of them is ready to take Barbados, keep it safe, and take it to the next level. And you know, as I reflect tonight on what is before us, I knew Lil Rick was great, but I never knew he was that great. Line him up for me, please. Line him up and play Lil Rick now for me, please. Listen to the lyrics, come.
Me, BLP. Mia and the team BLP. BLP. You want the best for this country. BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. BLP. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. I voted for BLP.
Them racing ready.
Mia and the BLP.
Them racing ready.
Mia and the BLP. Them racing ready. Mia and the BLP. Them racing ready. Mia and the BLP. Them racing ready. Mia and the BLP. Them racing ready. Mia and the BLP. Them racing ready. Mia and the BLP.
Do you know why I asked you to play that song? Do you understand? Cease and settle now. Cease and settle. Do you know why I asked for that song to be played? Because the one thing that Rick is telling us in that song is them resting ready yet. Look at that manifesto. Look at the team that was there before. Look at the discipline of this party. And look at the circumstances facing this country. And we come here tonight to talk straight. I have had people come on this platform tonight and to share with you honestly where we are as a country and what we are facing and why you cannot play fast and loose with your future. You have a Democratic Labour Party campaign. That is the furthest thing from anything Errol Barrow could associate with. I know I feel a way tonight because, in a sense, I'm embarrassed by what is being presented on the platform of the Democratic Labour Party. When Toni Moore ran in the by-election last year, I started to tell you all that. But I could never have imagined that it would get worse than it was last year. I could never have imagined that we would have a party that is more than 65 years old come to this country, and instead of fighting for Bay Street, they are fighting for George Street. Do you understand what I'm telling you here tonight? You have a party that every one of you can say for true that they ain't ready yet. And why? There are almost 4 different campaigns that are being run. The national campaign of the Democratic Labour Party has effectively collapsed. Don't mind that them at Highgate Hall saying who is a candidate. Not one of them from Checker Hall last week got on the platform to endorse Verla de Pisa. Not one of them, all hands. And it worries me that what we have parading as a party asking you for the vote is nothing but a collection of people otherwise known as a political pillow. A little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this. A political 1, 2, 3. At the very time when your country is facing its greatest peril. What manner of madness is this? And you have David Eswick. I don't have to tell you nothing after Kerrie do what he do to he just now. Hey, 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 hey. Parading, but only interested in becoming leader of the opposition on the 20th of January. But yet would tell the people of this country that this government is doing something wrong by hiring your brothers and sisters, your grandchildren and nephews and nieces to help clean this country, to help clean up after the worst ashfall in 119 years. And he has a problem with that and how reckless it is. Is he going to go in Halton and Chapel and St. Patrick's and Edgecombe and Burton and tell the people that he don't want them to work in this country? There's nobody who got to lecture me about fiscal rectitude. This is the government that brought down the debt. This is the government that stopped the downgrades. 23 downgrades from them. And you have the temerity to come to tell me that I cannot defend the people of this country and give them work and make sure they can feed the families? Hey, 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 hey. And all you looking for on the 20th of January is a salary? You, like Joe Atherley, looking for a salary as leader of the opposition? He is so consumed that his only remit is that he realized that if he can land himself, he won't land one more that will vote for him because he know Richard Seeley and Michael Lashley ain't voting for him as leader of the opposition. This is what this country has been reduced to. And this is what the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party and the party of Errol Barrow has been reduced to. And I come here tonight conscious that on this platform, I have had speakers come to you and speak with credibility about a manifesto that is about transitioning this country and transforming this country to meet the greatest perils that we will face as an independent nation. This is unbelievable. Because the Errol Barrow that I knew would have led a Democratic Labour Party that would not have waited for the Barbados Labour Party to say at UCAL that we are going to give you assets to make ordinary Bajans owners of more than they have now. That ownership matters. But instead of that, you have a Democratic Labour Party that does not even know how to line up behind a leader, far less put a position to you about policies in this country. And I've come here tonight in this mood because 10 days in to election day, what we have parading as a Democratic Labour Party and asking the people for support is an insult to the intelligence of Barbadians. And who are they being propped up by? I'll come to the other three who want to be leader. But who do they have? Who do they have? You have a bunch of disgruntled Barbados Labour Party supporters and friends who won't get vexed with Mia Mottley. If you want to get vexed with me, come and curse me. I accustomed to the cursing. I accustomed to the fighting. But do not get tied up and believe that Anthony Wood on a DLP platform all of a sudden is because Anthony Wood subscribed to Verla de Pisa leadership or to the philosophy of the Democratic Labour Party. Do not believe that Lucille Moore working for the Democratic Labour Party is because she subscribed to the BLP, the DLP, or anybody. She's a professional, and she can work for whoever pay her. Do not believe that there are people who used to finance this party who get vexed because I am a chairman of a planning development board. Ask Jerome Walcott. You get vexed? Go along. Hey, 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 hey. Go along.
Oh, Lord.
Because I am not going to agree to prostitute my government because somebody wants to do something that I don't feel is right. I am not going to agree that because somebody wants an ambassador position or a minister position that was clearly not available to them, and you're going to hold me and this party to ransom? There is a limit. There is a limit to what we can and will do. And I say to you tonight that if the price of doing the right thing is losing a few, well then let me do the right thing in the name of the people of this country. Hey, 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 hey. It doesn't stop there. Because there are others who believe that they want to be armchair strategists and tacticians. You know, I have kept quiet. I have let every ball pass outside the off stump. But I am here tonight to tell you that I know how to score a boundary too, and not just on the ground. I am here tonight to tell you that I know how to ball a Yorker too. And I'm telling you that if I did not believe that there was so much at stake, I would call them down the road and give them an hour on CBC and tell them, welcome to Comedy Hour. But my friends, it's the well-being of your families and what you have in this country that is at stake. When I could hear David Estwick talk about the programs and the hiring of people, I spoke to you about that a few nights ago. I told you, you remember that Delisle Worrell would want us to have laid off 5,000 people. And my government took a clear decision that we were going to restructure the debt. And in today's paper, you saw a graph that said it all. I have newspapers in this country writing and commentators talking about how we have increased debt in this country, when the debt that we inherited was 16.6 billion. Look at it. And today, the debt in this country is 13 billion. You mean to tell me that not even them know that 13 less than 16? A primary school child in class 1, in fact, I could even go to infancy, know that 13 is less than 16. And everybody in the world knows what has happened in the last 2 years. This government has been a government more under COVID than without. We have spent 24 months under COVID and 19 months outside. And that is why this manifesto is so critical. Because the manifesto does not come like a grocery list. The manifesto comes to you responding to the realities of our condition, recognizing that we have to bring a program that is fit for purpose, recognizing that if we are going to take youngsters, young kids, and give them a chance in this country, then it matters that we can do a crash program called Construction Gateway, because this country will have a shortage of construction workers in 2022. When I hear the nonsense parading, I know that this is not about Bay Street. This is about George Street. And it is regrettable because the choice is clear, clear, clear. You heard speaker after speaker on this platform tonight outline policies. You heard a philosophy coming through about why the first $400,000 in land tax must be relieved from you, and that 40,000 Bajan households who own property will no longer pay land tax in this country. Why? Because Grantley Adams and Errol Barra set out to create a property-owning democracy. Where is Verla de Pisa and David Estwick and all of them about it? She comes to you tonight to tell you about abolishing a garbage sewage tax. Well, I wouldn't even think that she would know how to call the word sewage after all the sewage that fall in the streets. Hey, 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 hey! I wouldn't think she would know how to call the word. But when she call it, she must remember that it must relate to reality. $55 million collected to keep Barbados clean. Not imposed on one or two people, but across the country. And at the same time, Jerome, let me raise the mic. Thank you. At the same time, the same Verla de Pisa, where is Kirk Humphrey? He can tell you that he entered a debate with Verla just before the last election, where Verla told the country that they do not need to pay nobody education fees at UWI, because what Frandel did was a good thing, because you would force people into technical and vocational education. Have you ever heard such utter nonsense in your life? And far from that, what the Barbados Labour Party did was to spend $28 million a year to make sure that your children could go down to Cave Hill and be able to get a degree without knowing how much money you got or don't got in this country. And she would want now to come and tell you that she has a program to move and lift Barbados. At the same time, Richard Seeley, forgetting what a spot meeting is, transparent about his ambitions, he advertising all over social media that he holding a spot meeting with a gospel concert. You ever hear more foolishness in your life? Long ago, a spot meeting is a truck, Frank. A spot meeting is a little light. A spot meeting is a one or two speaker treats. But all of a sudden, because he must show you that he got more to him than Verla, he holding a spot meeting with a gospel concert and talking about values. Tell Richard Seeley values is about global ports in the port too, and how much money he was prepared to give it away for. I ain't start to talk yet.
Call security!
You need security. And if it was not enough for Estwick and Seeley, not one of them could tell you, elect Verla de Pisa our next Prime Minister. Not one could tell you, elect Verla de Pisa our next leader of the opposition. Not one could tell you, elect Verla de Pisa our next leader. Do you understand that Barbados is now to be the backdrop for internecine warfare at George Street? And the only thing that those men, Richard, Estwick, and Lashley, are united on, and low who is too low, is to get rid of the woman. And once they get rid of the woman, then they can fight among themselves on the 20th. Richard is collecting the money, and all the rest of candidates scattering about, can't get posters, can't get shirts, can't get nothing. And a few people, them got billboards, them got concerts, them got everything, because them is star boy to be leader of opposition on the 20th. Do you understand what I'm telling you tonight? And that this is the party of Errol Barrow that should have been coming to you and tell you that is the party that we are. This is what we are going to do for you, A, B, C, D, E. I knew Errol Barrow. Indeed, some make mock sport at me and tell you, oh, she called him Uncle Errol. I'm not ashamed to tell you that. I knew Tom Adams. I knew Henry Ford as a little girl. And those men brought a level of dignity to the conduct of public affairs in this country that is lost completely in this Democratic Labour Party that can only get a kite up by a disgruntled BLP running with them, by a disgruntled BLP managing them, by a disgruntled BLP talking on the platform. I lie? That is the only excitement that they have in their campaign. And I'm saying to you, my people, that at a time when we face the gravest threat to our survival with climate, how many of y'all ever see a freak storm and a hurricane in your life? You got to be older than 66 years old to know a hurricane in Barbados. That's you, Streets? That's you, right? Downey claimed that he don't know. How many of you know floods in St. Lucie that broke down bridges, as we saw last year? We face a country that is fighting a pandemic. For 2 years, 90% of the people normally coming to this country ain't coming. And the farmers in River, and the farmers at Spring Hall, and the farmers all about Barbados struggling because all of a sudden the 60,000 more people that would come to this country every month in there, and the only thing they know how to come and do is to curse people. Pedro Shepherd, up to the Friday before I called the election, if Cynthia Bradshaw had come out and said that she wanted in-class tuition in the schools, he would have tell her no, and all of a sudden now he want to know why we don't have classes back in school, and all he can do. And this is what offends me. I don't say about myself, you know, could have cursed me from larboard to starboard, to call me everything, why ain't do an event yet. But you can come as a teacher and as a president of the Barbados Union of Teachers, and the only thing you can do is to disparage Cynthia and talk about how she's sexy and she's tall and she red. How much more of this misogyny? How much more of this woman hating? How much more of this? Do you understand that they're doing it to your daughters, your mothers, your grandmothers, your granddaughters? You all ain't hear me yet, you know. I went through 10 years in this country. It's true, some come from within. And some of the very same from within are the ones who have gone. Joe Adderley never sat anywhere in a room other than opposite me to send a message. I knew it from day one. That didn't stop me from supporting him as a candidate. But you want here, and then they're going to tell you about despotic leadership. I have borne every insult, every slap, because it is not about me. But as leader of this party, I am not going to let you insult the women in the Barbados Labour Party anymore.
Hey, 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 hey.
This country deserves better and can do better. And you know, tonight, I have come here to tell you that the choice has never been clearer in post-independence Barbados. The choice has never been clearer. And we have people who continue to feel that it is okay to mount. You remember what I told you the other night when I talked about Kay McConney and David Eswick on this platform? That for him, it is about entertainment. For her, it is about representation. For him, it is about entertainment and a salary. Being leader of the opposition. Michael Lashley must be the only independent candidate running for a political party in this country. And why he say so? talk to any of the Dems, they would tell you that as Minister of Public Works, they couldn't get him to do nothing for them, really. And that he only cares about himself. And all that he wants to tell Sonia, have you seen me? But Sonia answered back and said, look my here, Mr. Lashley. Because when you, as Minister of Public Works, did not do roads for the people of St. Philip North, Sonia Brown do them for you. And when you, as Minister of Public Works, could not get buses on certain routes, Sonia Brown get it done for you. Enough is enough. This is not joke business now. I said yesterday when we launched this manifesto, which is fundamentally about owning our future, this is consistent with what we came to Solidarity House and asked you to approve with the Covenant of Hope. This is consistent about where we came to you in May 2018 and told you we would bring this country back from the edge, from the brink. And we did it. And thank God we did it, because we could not get through the last 2 years of COVID have we not done it. This is about repositioning this country to meet the worst set of circumstances that we will meet in 10 to 12 years. You don't have to listen to me. You don't. But you will never forget that I said it. You will never forget that the world is consumed with fighting a climate crisis. When I went to Glasgow, they didn't follow me because I'm pretty. I might be. They didn't follow me because I'm from the tropics, that I am black and beautiful. They followed us because I brought a message from a small island that is on the brink of serious, serious threat in the world today. And I asked myself, from Halton to Foul Bay to Checker Hall to Welch to Murphy Pasture and Chapman Lane. Don't let me go in St. Michael West at all. Vietnam, all of them. That the people of this country do not want to be caught napping when the worst is about to hit us. And it isn't only about climate. It isn't only about pandemic. It is about the fact that the labor force in Barbados is smaller than it was and will continue to get smaller. You know what I mean? That some of you who are relying on a national insurance pension in 10 and 15 and 20 years' time, those of you in your 40s and 30s, even some in the early 50s, at risk of not being able to get it because we do not have enough people producing. I said yesterday that when they talk about Germany and Angela Merkel, when she brought in the million immigrants, it wasn't because only of an altruistic heart, a good heart. It was because she understood that if she didn't do it, that Germans would not be able to secure their pensions for the future. Now, if you don't want me to talk about that, let me go on about my business. If you don't want me to talk about saving this country from climate or being able to give people water in the same St. Philip, in the same St. John, in the same St. Joseph, in the same St. Andrew, in the same St. Peter, in the same St. Lucy that Verla wants to represent. And what we get is a lot of pettiness parading as politics. I went to the cement plant last week. I haven't started yet. But suffice it to say that under the Barbados Labour Party and Owen Arthur, we commissioned a study on the cement plant in 2007. The study came in 2009. And I can only tell you tonight don't let me bring out the red bag, pun you about the study. And you want to go and tell people that the Democratic Labour Party got moral authority to talk to anybody in St. Lucie about the cement plant? No. My friends, the choice is clear. And each one of you listening to me and in this audience have a duty to defend your country now. Because that is not the Democratic Labour Party formed in George Street. That is not the Democratic Labour Party of Harold Barrow. That is a bunch of people concocting a political 1, 2, 3, looking to see who will eat the biggest food when the January 20th come. And what bothers me is that they have found, as I said, comfort in a few people disgruntled. And all of us know it. You live in a family, you got friends, you live in a community. Sometimes when you don't give people what they want, what does do to you? They start a bad talk here. All of a sudden you in the good. All of a sudden you was never no good. All of a sudden things that never existed. That one, Jerome, you talk about him, but I ain't ready to talk about him. I don't know if it's true. But I hear today he say that he was offered a Senate pick. The last time I checked, the only 3 people that could offer you a Senate pick, I don't know if Joe Adley offered you one. I don't know whether the president as Governor General offered you one. But I know that the person born on the 1st of October 1965, named Mia Amor Mottley, never offered run a year with no Senate pick in this country. And I will only say to the men in Haynesville who understand the importance of loyalty and respect, that when you have a man who all of a sudden is not only not loyal, but now going to tell you something that I know for certain, that I never offered him no Senate pick in this country. I ask you, what image of yourself are you trying to construct? What image of yourself? My friends, this manifesto is dear to me. I spoke at length yesterday, over an hour. I answered questions. And it is as simple and as short as you can read it. There are already 3,329 downloads of this manifesto as of a few minutes ago. There will be thousands of copies to give out. It's not a typical manifesto because Barbados is not facing its typical times. But what it speaks to, as Toni Moore told you tonight, is about values and core drivers that will allow us actually, and that is the irony of it, that when we talk about people-centered leadership, I can hear Harold Barrow echoing support for this, along with all on this side, of course. When we talk that government must deliver for all and not just a few, I can hear Harold Barrow endorsing this, as all of the previous leaders of the Barbados Labour Party. When we talk about pride and industry through active citizenship, that is the echoes. The echoes. You can put the page 6, they got them there. The echoes of independence and the foundation of the parliamentary republic that we want, where people must have a duty to care for each other. When we say Bajan ownership matters, how many times have you heard people talk about the fact that people must want a piece of the rock, people must want a piece of the action? And the difference is that the one party that is bringing it to you, we say to you that we are going to build 10,000 homes in the next 5 years. Because that is the one asset that is immediately available to Bajans. And that when you do it, Remy, you don't have to pay tax if the house valued at less than $400,000. No land tax. When we say to you that innovation drives opportunity, it is because we know your children have within their hands the power to innovate. And the only thing that they need is opportunity. You could imagine if Gary Sobers never got opportunity in this country, that the world would have lost the greatest cricketer of all time. You would imagine that if Rihanna never got opportunity, that the world would have lost one of the 10 greatest artists of all time, not according to Mia Mottley or any Bajan, but according to Billboard. You could understand the amount of people not reaching those levels, but doing their own thing, who have been given opportunity. And I say to you tonight that in replacement of that, what we have is a political 1, 2, 3 begging for a job as a leader of the opposition. And I want to talk to those people who say that you want an opposition. I came to you on the 27th of May at Bay Street, and I told you that I gave you a solemn vow that we will not abuse power in this country. I can stand on this platform tonight knowing that we have not done it, and that we have kept faith to the people of this country, and we have engaged more with the social partnership than ever since the social partnership was created in the 1990s. I can tell you that we have given people opportunities when they told me that we could not give poor people getting a non-contributory pension an increase of $75 every 2 weeks. I told you, give me the vote and watch me. And we did it, and they are still getting it and living good, and the country has not fallen down. When we told you that we could introduce a minimum wage, they said no. And I said, no. You have to plan out your business because you can't use labor like if it is slave labor. And that there has to be a basic minimum below which you don't go. A basic minimum below which you don't go. You heard Tony talking about UCAL. And Michael Lashley walking about St. Philip won't get elected, and he presided over carrying UCAL to the brink. And who owns? Well, I was about to tell you that a number of them should be where the other one is in New York. But we ain't catch you and pass you yet. My friends, the choice could never be clearer. The choice could never be clearer. And what is parading? And you know when it started? This country started to get unsettled from the time Guy Hewitt and Verla started to fight last year for leadership. And I laugh because he come down here telling you and going in the yacht club of all places and telling you about republic, when he in England and Ireland telling everybody that Barbados must become a republic because it's the best thing for us. You understand what I'm telling you? And this behavior that you got to say something to be able to make people feel that all of a sudden you got their interests at heart when you know in truth and in fact that you don't. And then you continue, and Verla goes to the annual conference. And in the evening of the annual conference, when everybody walking away or outside drinking, she brings a motion to stop anybody from challenging her for the next 2 years as president, so that she would be able to come into an electoral process without challenge. Who they call despotic? Contrast what I did. Prior to me becoming Prime Minister of this country, a Prime Minister could appoint a Chief Justice and a judge without talking to a fella. The only thing you got to do is to consult with the leader of the opposition and say, I want Frank Gill. And I said no. that is wrong. And contrary to what was done in 1974, that this government wanted to pass a piece of legislation to create a Judicial Advisory Appointments Council that would have on a former Chief Justice, a former judge, a member of the Bar Association. And Dale Marshall would tell you every one of the 7 judges that we have increased the establishment by and appointed, including the new Chief Justice, Mia Mottley, and pull it out of a back pocket or a pocket. It came from a group of distinguished jurists and lawyers appointing, recommending for appointment who I should do. And as if that were not enough, prior to my being Prime Minister, you could go and appoint a Governor General without having to talk to a fella other than to tell the Leader of the Opposition, this is who I want to appoint. And I decided as well that a Prime Minister should not have those sole powers alone, and that I would divest the office of Prime Minister and give that power to the Parliament of this country. Do you understand that in 2 key respects, I reduced the powers of the Prime Minister? And in Verla's case, she consolidated the power of the President of the Democratic Labour Party. Well, I beg when I roll the clip there for me to show who really is despotic. Not according to Mia Amor
together Team BLP because there is a common goal to save Barbados from the despotic Barbados Labour Party, the Democrats.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
Never a truer word from Verla de Pisa. And I am not asking you to believe it because she says so. I gave you just now the platform of facts to show you that a woman who could change a constitution in the closing dying hours of a conference to protect her position of power. I feel for she in truth, that's the truth. I feel for she because I know she got daggers coming at her from Britain's Hill and Carina Village and Richard Seeley. I know she got daggers coming from her up in St. Philip West. And that is why Kay McConney must do her best to save womanhood in this country from David Estwick and the... And Michael Lashley. Sonia Brown is only bald googlies. Only bald googlies. And Michael Lashley looking to play the shot, and when he going forward on the front foot, the ball cutting in and the wicket gone. Do they really believe that Barbadians have such short memories? And I want to speak tonight because Dale has not told you yet that half the reason we have not gotten further is because of COVID. The government of Barbados, and I want to talk to some people in this country too who talk about we ain't pass integrity legislation. Learn how the Senate is made up. Because the integrity legislation passed the House of Assembly. Flying colors. Because you gave us a mandate to do what you wanted us to do. And we listened to you and we passed the integrity legislation in the House of Assembly. When it reaches the Senate, you have 12 government senators, 2 opposition senators, and 7 independent senators. To get through a constitutional motion, you must have 14 votes, 2/3 of 21. 3 into 21 is 7, 7 times 2 is what? You hear how much I tell you got? How much government senators? Stop though. One of the government senators sits as what? President. So he can't vote up front. So you have 11 votes. No constitutional amendment can pass in the Senate unless either the independent senators make it happen or the opposition and independent senators together make it happen. Do you know that that bill, for the second time, it happened under Tom Adams? Tom Adams tried to do it, and the independent senators killed it under Tom Adams. Under us, my government senators voted for the integrity legislation because they know that before they could settle into cabinet, every one of those ministers had to do a declaration of assets given to the cabinet secretary in this country, and I don't know which safe the cabinet secretary got it in because it is not my business as prime minister to know. I know that if Frandel had done it, we would be in a better position as a country today. That bill failed because others did not want it to pass. The ones that could pass, we pass. A new Prevention of Corruption Act. The last one was passed almost 100 years ago in 1925. You hear what I'm telling you? I want one to use these facts when you go back in your communities. And the last set of legislation passed in the Senate by this government before I dissolved Parliament. Asked the Governor General to dissolve Parliament. The President. Was the Deferred Prosecutions Act and the Whistleblowers Act. We have created in the Prime Minister's office an anti-corruption agency. And if this government is guilty of anything, it is of making sure and not making sure that you know all of the facts to go and talk them down. I hear they talk about impartiality on the call-in program. But yet there are people there who are known members of the Democratic Labour Party who continue to talk about vaccine conspiracy and behave and to tell you about all these things without any facts to support them. Barbados, the choice is clear. We have come to you with a manifesto that I have spoken yesterday with a number of our people that you can read and that you have heard from this platform. It speaks to core values of transformation. It speaks to drivers of national transformation. It speaks to changing a Victorian approach that is about lock up and lock up. It speaks about changing the disproportionate relationship between who got medical insurance and who don't got, and why you should be able to get it in this country and why you should be able to have fairness when you get it. It speaks about giving you a chance to own a piece of the rock. It speaks about easing your cost of living by taking personal care items and taking the VAT off of them. It doesn't speak about irresponsibility like Joe Adderley would have you abolish land tax. What if I abolish land tax? $200 million gone out. And all of them can give all of these fancy promises because they know that they will never get the chance to implement them. And I ask you to be discerning. When you pray to the Almighty, one of the things the majority of people that I know in life pray for is what? Discernment. Discernment. I ask you to be discerning in this election. I ask you to recognize that what is at stake for your future cannot be that you are collateral damage to a fight in George Street. And if you don't know it, read and see the facts and the tea leaves for yourself. Not a poster of Verla all about the place, other than St. Lucie. When people tell you who they are, believe them, don't fight them. But at the same time, when a disciplined political organization comes to you, having delivered, and that is why the other side of this document is a report card. I asked you on the last occasion to let us implement a mission-critical agenda. 17 items. And look at it. They can put it up if you want. We are reporting on the urgent agenda, but I didn't need to report only because you know it. That we save the dollar. That we take the sewage off the streets. That we buy electric buses. That we buy garbage trucks. That we do all of that in an IMF program. Increase people's salaries by 5% in the public service. And then give you other things like the minimum wage. Like a new accident and emergency. And while I'm at it, Marsha and Dr. Mohammed, I am telling you, it is a wicked, whatless lie. But we know that when people cannot speak the truth, they resort to slander. Jada was who got that contract, not Marsha Caddle's husband. $17 million is what it costs, not $37 million. And I see every day, memes coming out about me and all of my candidates. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words. And when you know that if we are on a solemn mission to do right by people, $47 million in December gets sent out to reverse tax credit and tax refunds to people in this country to give them a little ease to get in town and buy something, even in the middle of a pandemic. When I tell you I can afford to do X, I can afford to do it. And when I tell you I cannot afford to do it, it is because I genuinely cannot afford to do it. When my government speaks to you and tells you that we are committed to being able to transform ownership, we didn't wait for this manifesto to do so. William Dugan and Ian Gooding-Edghill presided over a TAP program in transport, taking buses and putting it into former bus driver hands and letting them come on and run the routes for the transport board. And they pay us a little percentage of what they earn. And those people are now supporting their families. What do we want in this country? If we want to uplift people, then I say to you, leave the Democratic Labour Party to go and sort out the business in George Street and send them there for another 5 years. Them people ain't ready yet. Them people ain't ready yet. I can't hear you. Them people ain't ready yet. I can't hear you. Them people ain't ready yet. If it was not so serious, we would give them the comedy hour on CBC. But Tashala, all like you, looking to raise a family in this country, will now have to eat, smell salts and do all kind of things. And why? The last 2 times you elected a Democratic Labour Party government, they made you smell what? There are Dems who have joined the effort and support of the Barbados Labour Party because they say they do not recognize the party of Errol Barrow. Now between the layoffs of the early 90s and the 8% pay cut and the downgrades and the sewage and the no pay increase and all of the other things you had to endure, they've said, my friends, they do not want to bear the scars of a Democratic Labour Party government anymore. George Street must go. Into George Street. And I say in the name of Errol Walton Barrow, go and discover who you are again. Do the heavy lifting. Do the hard work. But don't come and parade because you're looking for somebody to pay you a salary. Don't come and parade because you're looking to be able to block investigations if you are a member of parliament, because I can assure you, you can't block an investigation as an MP. And instead, I have the honor not just to bring the team that you elected in 2018, who has already performed for you in this country, but to them I add tonight, and in this campaign, you have seen us introduce to you Davidson Ishmael, a star in St. Michael North. Kay McConney, a critical member of my cabinet. That is why I brought her back from Canada, because I know her work ethic. And I quoted from you the poem of Rudyard Kipling the other night, about our ability to walk with all classes of people and relate to all classes of people, because she buys in to the core transformation values that government must deliver for all, not a few. Rommel Springer, who is of St. Andrew and has walked side by side and step by step with George Bain, and has embodied all that St. Andrew is about. And tomorrow night, I bring to you Corey Lane, who has been my protege, a man in whom I have tremendous confidence. And when I had to choose a special advisor on poverty in this country, even before the pandemic hit, I knew that there could be no better person than Corey Lane to empathize and to understand with the people of this country. Do you understand what I'm telling you? We brought to you Chris Gibbs. And I said to you that in the case of Chris Gibbs and Rommel, the only thing you got to do is to put a ring on it. Put the ring on it, because he's already been representing the people of St. Michael West, and Rommel has been helping George in St. Andrew. So when you add the 25 that you gave us a mandate for, with the 5 that we have, united behind me as leader of this party and of this country, committed to transforming Barbados, not prepared to run out time for 18 months just to get a salary. We have come back to you to tell you this country does not have the luxury of running out time for 18 months, and that the disruptive behavior, they want politics, they want elections. I told you 3 months ago on brass tacks, take care what you ask for. And because I believe in the mission of democracy, because I believe in the right of the people to choose, because I know that we need a mandate to bring about this agenda of transformation, we stand here tonight for this country to ask you on the 19th of January, from St. Lucie to St. Philip, from St. John to St. James, across St. Michael and Christ Church, in St. Andrew and St. Peter, in St. Joseph, in St. Thomas, every part of this country, I ask you not to be afraid, not to put anything other than the country's well-being and your family's well-being first. And if you do that, and if you want to avoid the battle in George Street, then you come out on 19th of January and vote for the Barbados Labour Party and the individual candidates. Vote for our future. Vote for owning our future. Vote for saving Barbados. Thank you and good night. God bless you all.
We say for with me, we say for with me,
My sweet Barbados, we greater. Bring me a Motley, we safer. Try put them knives down, we don't wait till later. When I hear my
right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia Amor. She's the best PM for we. is the only choice for we on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, say on call. We want Mia for sure in this election. Mia is the champion, so come. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia and the BLP. Hands up there, we keep on voting. Mia is the one for win. Hands up there, we keep on voting with Mia.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. I want you to get home safely. Continue to observe the protocols. Wear your mask, social distancing, and we look forward to seeing you soon again. Tomorrow we'll be having the meeting for the launching of Corey Lane's candidature in the city, and it will be done from here. Okay, but it will be streamed live. Thank you and travel safely home. Have a good night. We're asking for the pitbull again.
Because there is a common goal to save Barbados from the despotic Barbados Labour Party, the Democratic.
Oh Lord!